And look at the time, it's 10 o'clock. It's perfect.
Well,
I'll call the meeting to order. We'll start with a department update for Public Works. So whenever you're ready.
Okay, we have one thing on your consent agenda. The other thing I think is on Rob's list, and that's the small works contract with Southern Folger to do our door and the remodel our door in the jail.
And that is just one door.
That is, and that's just the closure. The door stays. They're, expensive. They pull the guts out and everything, but that's just the guts, basically.
Okay.
Yes, and I
was hoping maybe that was 2 or 3.
No, that's one. And I think we're about 6 months out for them to fabricate all the stuff. You work through that.
So they're mining the ore, and
I think so. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. We also have a pay estimate for Kirby Nagelhout, just like we had talked before, essentially right around 2.5. And we have the first pay estimate to Lee Contractors for about 32,492. That's for the project out here, the front steps. On our construction program, the striping contract started last week. They had some trouble with their striper, and but they're going forward now. They got all their stuff. They're ready to go. Old Mountain contractor still planning on schedule on June 1st to start. We had the open house. We had 6 residents there. It worked pretty good having it on site because we just happened to have, the guy wanted to know what his driveway was. We were set right across from his place. We could tell him what the stakes meant and everything else. Made it pretty nice to actually point and talk. And the phone company started relocating lines out on Old Mount. So we're moving forward on that. Roosevelt drainage repair contractor still plans on starting work in June if he can secure the materials. And the contractors have received our contracted bonds and are working on them on both of those Fed aid jobs. Road design, I'll turn that part over to Seth.
Let's see, Courtney Road, we're just finalizing plans and details, waiting to go to add this fall. Like I said last week, right away acquisition's all complete, except for filing the last 2 deeds. I did get a notification from WashDOT local programs yesterday that the deviation request is still in review at headquarters at WashDOT. So no movement. Let's see, the paving projects will go out to add this Wednesday. They'll be posted in the papers and online at Builders Exchange of Washington. And our guardrail repair, we hope to get out to add this week for a 2-week ad. We'll open that one up.
So when will we open those? When will those come in and we'll open?
June 8th for the papers. And on a separate piece, we're working on developing a stormwater checklist to give the developers. Working with Skillings Connolly, they're doing some research for us and hopefully make that process a little more streamlined. That's all I got.
Okay. Maintenance, east side crews, crack sealing today and cleaning. Once they're done with that, they're also going to try to break some guys free to clean under the guardrail at Roosevelt grade. We accumulate a lot of sandy material on that. That road gets really sanded heavily because of the truck traffic. And so it needs to be cleaned out before our contractor comes to hook up the drainage systems there. West End, the crew is patching on BZ Glenwood and they're doing some grading. The new county's facilities, sheet rockers are working on all 3 floors. Metal siding is complete. The roofing is complete. I kind of updated the list this morning. We're working on electricals, working on all 3 floors. Mechanical is working on the 2nd and 3rd floor. Same with the plumbers. Furniture has been selected, ordered, and we are paying a deposit on it. We talked about the expenditures. The thing is still on schedule. As I left today, they are signing the property for Annex 5 relocation. So that will come to you guys probably next week. The parking lot, we got the temp parking lot is in place for the jury trial. And of course, it'll be open to the public after the jury trial, but it has been done. And there's a map on the back of this color this time that kind of shows the area that we are blocking off for the parking. And we started a lot of that today and already kind of felt some of the impacts. It's mostly our employees, actually Public Works employees now that are looking for a new place.
What days exactly is this gonna be closed?
Tomorrow, just tomorrow morning for the part along the road, and then the new parking lots over here will be closed during the jury trial. Once they get the jury trial selected, then we'll open back up Grant Street for parking. But until that time, so it'll probably be through the morning. I think they said they'll be done by about noon. And then we can open up the roads again for the public.
And this is just a one time, this isn't gonna happen every week here, I mean, do we know?
I don't know what the schedule is from the courts. They'll let us know.
Let us know, and when they do, this is the plan.
This will be the plan until we change the parking, but this will be the plan, yes. Okay, the only other thing I had on furniture is we're proposing to move Annex Juvenile into our building. The reason being is when we move out, we may move them in temporarily into our building because we'll be leaving most of the furniture there. And that way we can demo Annex 3. We don't have to wait till we get this area here done. It's an extra move for our people, but it's our people. We're paying them and, and nothing, I don't think anything's gonna happen that quick anyway with any daycare. So that was our thought. Then we could get that demoed with, the rest of them, get all the parking lots built as soon as possible.
How long would you figure they're gonna be over there before they're over here?
Probably 3 to 4 months. That's what we kind of figure. We would move, once you guys move out, we'll start the work in here, but still, that time is gonna be not advantageous to a lot of work because due to be around the holidays.
Right.
So our thought is we would save. And so I met with Larry last week and he brought up a point because I helped our guys personally when we painted that off or we put new carpet in that office. His furniture is not very good and it won't stand. He goes, well, am I getting new furniture? I go, well, I don't know. Did you talk to somebody about it? I said, I can grease the skids.
Well, we'll talk about it.
So, okay.
Grease the skids for Larry to come in and talk.
Yeah.
So if you're listening, Larry, get on the schedule.
So the skids are greased.
You said the furniture is not very good. How is it?
It's
Quality or old or?
It's both. It's that particle board stuff. So basically, when you go to move it, it wants to collapse on you. And some of that stuff is really old.
Look at it.
Like I told them, we wouldn't move it to our place because a lot of our furniture is staying. They could just move into that. And if they're not, we probably have some extra stuff in one of the 2 annexes we could put there temporarily. If some, the people that are taking their furniture, so. Okay, courthouse entry, they're scheduled to pour today, the retaining, and they were scheduled at 9, so I'm assuming they made it. So they poured the big retaining wall. That's quite a wall and a giant footing. Contract will be backfilling and compacting on off hours because that will make a lot of noise. Handrail is being fabricated off site, so when we're ready though. But they're moving right along. Jail control board, contractor has completed all the stuff. The only thing left is it's for our on-call electrical, is to find out the power source to the gymnasium lights so they can be controlled from the control board. they have a place for it, but they can't find the circuit, so that's our electrician that needs to do that for them. Other than that, everything else is done. Indoor arena, those two north side entrances were also poured this morning. And so we'll be putting those back together. The jail HVAC was installed last week. It is now 65 degrees in there, which is where it should be as opposed to 85 degrees. Radio sites, haven't heard back from Sata's Pass yet. Equipment move is still scheduled on the 24th. We have just about finalized. We have a quick 10-minute conversation Thursday and it will be finalized. Then I'll talk on that. I'm going to go talk to Jeff. Road rally on other follow-up stuff. Road rally is scheduled for the 22nd. And we're doing some last minute, making sure they've contacted everybody. Calls with them today. Building name, I just wanted to make sure before we actually get the sign made, it's going to be called Klickitat County Services Building. That's what we agreed to. Okay. Just for general information, the super load came in Friday night. Saturday morning, it was actually scheduled for the day before, but they had I-90 was going to be, that WashDOT said no, they couldn't go across I-90 at the last minute because they were doing some construction. So it ended up being Friday night, Saturday morning, and the trailer goes out today. It's probably already leaving. Dallasport Community Center, I gave you a copy of, this is a building agreement that we've actually had in place. So all we did was modify it and look at a fee. And we came up with 2 flat rate fees. One for 50, right now it's $25 a day and they deal with it there. We're suggesting $50 a day, does not if they do the cleaning. It cost us right around that to go down to check on the building. And that's an all day fee. We talked about an hourly fee, but that would be, I don't know how we would justify that. I mean, we could, if you guys want to do that, we could look at something, maybe $35 for 2 hours or something like that. If that's what you would prefer, we can put that on there and just do a 2
How
hour.
many people use it for 2 hours?
We don't really know. That's part of the reason.
Right.
We're not really sure how many people use it. And I will reach out to Don McDermott and let him know that this does not include the community council. They will still get the use of it for free. The lock on the door will be the same lock type as the one we have at the Pioneer Center. So it will be a punch key pad basically with a number that we can do electronically. So we can change it electronically, but we still have to go down to do that. We don't have the only place we have the YK system is at the dispatch because it's an expensive system. We have it it is for future projects, looking at that. But we just haven't done it just because of the cost. It's about, I think for the Pioneer Center, it's about $20,000.
For what? Which one?
The remote system, like what's that dispatch, where they can do it from a computer desk sitting up here. We don't have that even here. When somebody leaves, we have to go lock the lock with a laptop and change and erase them.
I'll find you the one, because a bunch of the vacation rentals have it, so it automatically, and you can change the number every day. And I think they're like $200 or $300.
Are they remote though? Because the one we looked up,
Do it
I
from
think
your
they're,
phone.
yeah, they're,
okay.
okay.
Yeah, if we could find that
For a
one.
government service, that's for a private service, so that's the price.
It could well be. I mean,
20,000.
it
Put a different label on
Up
it.
where
it could well be. I
Yeah.
mean, because we have to meet a certain level of security.
And they know who they're billing.
Well, yeah, is that also?
Well, they have to meet a certain level of security at the emergency E911 center.
Right.
This
Community center is not a high.
No, the community center, I don't disagree. It's not the same. But we were looking at the same system that we would put at
Right.
the Pioneer Center would be, so it would be.
Yeah, I would say security for the courthouse or the, you know, the new annex or the Pioneer Center is different than the community center in Dallasport.
But we're actually getting prices, so we'll see what our prices are. I have not got, the price I gave you is for the Pioneer Center, the 20 grand for around the Pioneer Center. As far as the community center, I don't know what it'll be. We're looking at it. We looked at just the tumblers without that, and that's just not a good system, just because, but, so yes, we're looking at that, but that's the fees if everybody's okay with those. And then the $50, again, we're not making any money. We're really, to be honest, probably not really breaking even. But again, we didn't want to go any higher than $50 a day.
And I would like, if there's a large preponderance of groups that use it for 2 hours, then, you know, I have no problem rethinking.
Okay.
Do we have internet down at the community center?
No, I'm going to be honest, Jake. The community center needs some work. We haven't really done anything there because it's been kind of run by the community. And we don't have it. It wouldn't be that big of a deal to get it there though, because I know.
They have a community center.
So we can look at getting internet there. We'll look into the internet. Okay. We interviewed for our foreman position because for Beckleton, because Dave Whitmore had retired after 37 years. And Greg Wilson, one of our guys internally, was selected. So we would like to be able to backfill his position at Beckleton.
Okay. Any issues with that? Nope, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we have I got a phone call from Bingen, our White Salmon Bingen Community Council, or not council, but I can't remember what they call their group now. Community Active Group or something, I don't know.
Okay.
Anyway, they do a community cleanup every year at White Salmon Bingen. And last year they didn't do it due to COVID. And we usually provide an excavator and a couple people. One day, they do it on a Friday and a Saturday. We usually provide that. They asked if we could provide the service again on Friday. And the cost is about $1,200. What we typically do is we have the budget. We will bill it to Buildings and Grounds as a community event or something to that nature, if you guys are okay with that.
So we're doing like we have typically done.
Yes.
Just ask us for, we do one day, and I think the cities do the other day.
Yeah, I think so
They have
too.
some. Well, their public works department does the other, or they donate one day and we do one day.
Exactly. Okay,
I'm fine,
No, the thumb.
we're fine with it.
okay, we'll do that then.
Cheaper than abatements.
Really.
And we talked about,
I think Republic donates the dumpsters and the.
yeah, and Situ does something too.
I say it's one of those that I think if we did it twice a year or 3 times, we would actually save money over the long haul.
And so we take care of that. And we talked about the jury parking, and I think that's all we have.
Question.
Yes.
Goldendale City Council last night. They're trying to put together community days, far more than just the parade and the car show that was planned. So the JCs are looking at live music, beer gardens, the whole kind of shindig. The worry about the courthouse lawn is how do you get from Main Street over here, no sidewalk, construction here. So they're gonna be reaching out for ideas, and as I'm looking at your giant yellow painted, I'm like, well, that's not a bad idea. So anyway, they're in a kind of a rush if they're gonna get anything done, so I figured if we have any input for them, because they're gonna be reaching out to you, we should probably give him that input now, because they're on a time crunch. They have to know where the location is before they can even apply for a beer permit or whatever.
You're thinking it would be good to do
In
it
the
in
parking
the
lot,
parking
or?
lot?
I'm just trying to come up with options.
Okay.
That we're okay with, so he knows what we're okay with if they want to use a piece of the county facility.
So there's,
They don't know that you're okay with the grass. That's why we're having
I
this
was thinking
discussion.
more the walk, and you can walk down the other side of the road and cut across, and you can walk down the other side of the road and cut across, and
No,
I think the grass is the best place to always put it.
Yeah, isn't that where it historically goes? We always have the,
It has historically gone there. They usually pull it towards closer to the building. But like Dan said, we have all that construction going on now there, because they actually use the parking lot and the grass.
Yeah, the parking lot is usually, I guess I'd say where the bathrooms and the beer garden is. And then all the facility stuff, which a lot of that facility stuff, they're gonna try to put over on Main Street, all the pop-up tents and all that kind of stuff. But, so they're kind of mainly looking for community involvement area that the Main Street people don't want all those beer drinking partiers out in front of their business all the time, so they're looking for a place. They're doing the car show down Grant on both sides and down Main, so I was just thinking wrapping over here, they could get that way without, and I don't care either one, I'm fine with either one personally, but I just kind of wanted your input to them, so he knows if you're okay with this, that, or the other.
so how much, as far as the sidewalks, because Community Days is usually the second week in July.
It's the 10th, I think.
Is this, I mean, I don't know when they're scheduled to be completed. I know they're moving on. I mean, we've got other stuff going on. Pretty much
Yeah,
all summer, there's gonna be something going on here at the courthouse.
yeah, that parking lot by that time should be pretty much demoed. So, and a portion of the front lawn, which will, not a big portion, but the
Right, because
portion.
it's only the, whatever it is, 8 feet. or
Yeah, it's
whatever.
about 8 feet extension into it, but that takes place in July.
Okay.
So right at the end of June is when they're moving in. These guys will be moving out, but they'll be going to the north side.
So if we gave them the yard out there, we would need to put a decent fence, a non-beer triple fence, to keep people from falling in the hole and suing us.
Yeah, we'd have
Falling
to,
and suing us.
and we could talk to the contractor about that. We'd put up a chain link fence, basically.
Yeah.
Keep people out of there.
Which gives them the courthouse or court lawn without getting in.
True, and they could get it from Columbus.
Yeah.
They could access it from
Yeah,
Columbus.
I mean, I would prefer to keep it where it's been as far as just on the grass is always
I
nice,
think
but
they
I'm
would
open
too.
to,
I think they would too. They were just afraid.
afraid we would say, nope, nothing on the
So
lawn
they were
this
trying
year
to get
because
other
we're.
plans, which is why I was thinking outside the box as well.
Yeah.
So,
And we have power there also.
Right.
So that that power's still there. I don't think we're gonna be moving it or cutting it at that point in time, but I'll have to double check.
Okay,
So I'll tell them the courthouse lawn and we'll, they
for
can.
most of the courthouse.
Well, a portion of it, yeah. We can give them a map of what it'll
Say,
look
the
like.
last little bit up against the part here, yeah, it's
Because
probably
the
not,
food carts and everything that we're gonna be here
are gonna be over there, so that should
So
be,
it
that
should
should be
be
okay.
adequate for music and band.
Yeah. That's pretty big space.
It is.
Alright.
Okay.
Anything else before? Because I do have a little bit of business to do. It is my great honor, again, to present the certificate of good practice. So this is, has been transmitted to the state treasurer on behalf of Klickitat County. This is for 2020
Okay.
from the County Road Administration Board. And the reason that matters for folks that may not know is without our certificate of good practice, we become ineligible for any state dollars. So,
Yes,
and perhaps federal dollars too. I might.
Yeah, we would-
Federal dollars.
because we have to
Well,
send
it's
it
hard.
through. They wouldn't be very, it would
Yeah,
be-
if we didn't get that, I would imagine that would cause some issues with our federal awards as well.
Yes,
So, so
good.
here it is.
And
Yeah.
I got something for you if you're real
Oh,
quick, Dave.
Your certificate?
My certificate of
I talked
bad
to-
behavior.
I talked to Orrin, so
Oh.
you're aware, because he said you were out there. And when we went, I talked to him before, so what we did, the biggest issue for this water coming here is the water comes down here, and when we did this project, we put a catch basin, and it runs here, runs into here, and then it goes here, and then it crosses the road. So we took care of this, because this ended up plugged right here. So what was happening is the water was passing down through here, coming here,
Right.
because this is the big drainage area. So it gets down here, goes from here, crosses here, and then gets down to the highway. There's also a system that goes here, and Orrin was telling me that you guys had looked at it. What we found as we looked at it today, I talked to him last night, told him I would give you an update, so you were aware. This culvert is not plugged. The road is cracked, but it's not plugged. Our guys went through, but they're gonna run water through it. Once they fix, right here, we have this pipe, we extended the pipe to provide parking here. If you remember, quite a few years ago, we put this used to be a ditch. We put it all underground into a pipe. And then there's a clean out right about here. Well, somebody decided they didn't really like the clean out, so they built a bridge there to go across the one spot where we still have a ditch where the clean out is. They caved that in, so now our guys can
Water
go.
just plugs up.
Yeah, it just plugs out and then it just heads like this. So we're gonna clean that out and then we're gonna run water through the system and make sure. So,
And then it's a ditch system. once it gets
yes,
down
once it goes there, then it gets.
here. That is the state's problem.
Exactly. Up to this point, they've been okay with that because it all goes there anyway.
Right.
It all goes there. It always has gone there because ultimately it wants to go to the river. So
Right.
I just wanted to give you in
Okay.
case you got hit up again.
Okay. And then do we have some on the, just for my own, in case so I'm checking my facts. Further down, do those catch basins, do we have like, almost like French drains or what? Are they under the road or something? I'm trying to remember.
We have catch basins up on,
No, on Glenwood, on that project we did, that part, that catch basin goes, or does it go on down the second half?
we have a catch basin down there too.
And do those go on down and across 14?
No,
And I have this idea they went into
There's a large dry well right at the bottom.
Yes.
that's what I
There's a big
thought.
manhole cover and there's a big system there. So
Okay.
all of that, it doesn't get transported underneath 14.
Right.
Yeah, the new stuff doesn't, except for the stuff that's caught and goes across there and goes down Klickitat and then
Right.
down Fourth.
Right,
Then that gets transferred in.
right.
That's all that water off Keezy and some of it.
Right.
off of Glenwood, not all the water off Keezy, but.
Because
the
I
stuff
remember
off of-
that was when that was, brand spanking new and then the PUD water main blew or something.
Yes,
The brochures that though we had, a lot of negotiators in that, getting through that little area, both sides, the Hatfield and the McCoys, I'll call them. And, we had, it was like this time of year, there was like a thunderstorm. And so that it was like condensed, it was like, well, there's no way because that water's coming from somewhere else. And it was
yes.
boiling up out of because I thought, wow, okay. But I think a lot of it did go down into that dry well. And
It
I don't
did.
think we had any issue. I think it actually took what it got.
It
And-
did, and it was a lot.
It was a lot because it was, yeah, and it took them, because we called the PUD and the nearest person was the operator was in Dalesport
Yes,
at the wastewater plant. And so they were running down there to, 30 minutes of a water main. I mean, it was
yeah, it was a big water.
some I don't know, I don't even remember what happened, like the valve came apart or something,
Yeah,
something happened.
Yeah.
And they eventually just shut it off, but it was, I was impressed that it all held together from all that, because that's not like a storm runoff.
No, that was a good test.
It was a good
That
test.
would have been a, 1,000-year
A
step.
1,000-year storm, so that's good.
That was.
Yeah.
But that system works.
Yeah, no, it works. Okay, anything else for these before we move on? All right, well, thank you, gentlemen.
When is Gordy coming back, by the way, another week or?
The first.
Yeah. He had 3 weeks off.
It was 3 weeks.
I would rather have them use their vacation than ask for more time.
Yeah. Yeah.
We will, as far as I think, Rob, that's who
That's right, sorry.
called, that's why I took the call, so she said Rob's gonna address it, and then that's why she's on the
Okay.
call, to add her 2 cents if called upon. I don't know what order he wants to take it in. Oh, okay.
Little graphs.
Yeah.
But that, other than that one thing that had to was green, but it didn't show on my computer very well.
Okay, should be dry.
Don't look so apprehensive. Are you fighting?
Not today.
Like you're going, you go first. No, you go first. No, you go first.
I'm not first on the list.
Not
I think
today.
I think it
Yeah,
got
I
moved.
changed it.
Yes, oh, see. There we go.
Well, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
So we're going to start up with quite a few things to talk about today. So because fiscal services, because Jen's going to talk about a request about the landfill, we thought we'd start with HR, so we had enough time to get through some of that. So you want to just jump in?
Yeah, so we've got 4 different verbals we're requesting for posting and stuff today. So I think I'm going to start with those if that works. So the casual public health nurse in the public health department is moving to the full-time nurse position when schooling is finished and when she's got all of her accreditations and licenses. So Erin is looking to repost the casual temporary public health nurse. Currently, the resolution was approving that position through the end of June, and she is also requesting to move that end date to the end of the year and extend that casual temporary public health nurse position to December 31st, 2021. And if you agree to that, then we will submit a resolution extending that position to the end of the year, and then also post for that position to fill to help with the COVID stuff.
Is that a COVID funded position?
It is, yes. It's originally this position and the casual temporary clerical position were included.
I thought it was.
And so it is strictly COVID related. And so she's looking to just extend that to the end of the year. And then to post that if that's accepted. Good, okay. The next one is just kind of an FYI. So in the weed department, we always bring in a seasonal temporary weed technician 1 or 2. They do have a position or a person that filled that position the last 2 years, and they would like to just reactivate her and bring her back for this season. So they don't need to post that or anything. So it's just a heads up that they are just going to reactivate their temporary weed tech for the summertime to give Marty a little help. And she's, I think, already certified and all that good stuff. So it's a win-win for everybody. And she was one of our original summer intern
Oh,
people.
that's one of
So-
I
those.
know she's very
yes.
highly thought of.
Yes, exactly.
And
They
intern
keep bringing her
success
back.
story. Somebody
So
brought me an intern.
yes,
There you go.
that will lead into something in just a little bit. So the clerk's office currently has a legal admin 1 or 2 posted right now. And Clerk Campbell is looking to advertise for her chief deputy clerk position. She is having a hard time getting qualified candidates in her legal admin 1 or 2. And so she is wanting to maybe switch tactics and try and post for that and see if she can get a qualified candidate for that position. So she is looking for the verbal to post for that instead of the legal admin 1 and 2. Okay. And then the last one.
So we're requesting verbal approval on behalf of Mr. King to post it initially internally, the 911 chief operations position, pending the outcome of a third-party review. As we know, we're trying to head that direction. We don't want to bring somebody on board and then have the structure change potentially. So Jeff would like to post it internally, and then if no one applies, then we would post it externally as well. Jeff is here. Do you have any questions about this?
No, he's already.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so moving on then past the verbals. My first thing is the EAP contract, which is the Employee Assistant Program. It is separate from our medical plan, but it costs $1.48 per employee for us to continue this service. It provides financial counseling as far as personal counseling, things like that. And the contract ends as of June 30th this year. And so we are looking to extend it and renew the contract from July 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2023. There is no cost increase in this. It is the same cost as it was previous. So
Any idea what percentage of our people actually use the program?
they did give me those numbers and I don't have them with me. I can tell you it's minimal. It is not.
10% or
Yes.
less?
Yeah.
I figured it'd be about that.
Yeah.
Pretty darn cheap for 10% even.
It is. I really want our employees to utilize this program a lot more than they do.
Right.
And so I'm hoping that maybe they'll get a little more comfortable, more emails will go out and they'll start even viewing the webinars. And there are a lot of hits to their site, to the links that we are sending out to them. But as far as using the services available, it's not very many right now.
And it's $1 per employee.
$1.48 per employee.
Per month.
Yes. Yes. So the contract from July 1st to 2021 to June 30th is going to be a little over $6,000 total. So,
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm good. I just wish there was a way we could convince them to.
I know it's a great resource, and
Well, maybe try again another,
mhm,
get it out there.
mhm, mhm.
'Cause
I'll
there's
just keep
usually-
pushing. Maybe I'll
I'm
have
sure
someone
there's
else
lots of
send the
folks
email,
that-
because if anybody sees everybody email from me, I'm not sure they all read it.
Don't provide attendance for sale.
Yeah.
Don't open it.
You won the lotto.
I heard it was a virus.
Something. I don't know. Yeah. It's
The
not
KC virus.
spam, I
Don't
promise. So, okay, so we'll
You
get that
some
contract.
Training for political correctness for myself and my seatmates on that.
Yes, that's outside of the EAP program, so.
Way out.
I resemble
Is
that.
that- It'll be more than $1.48.
But we will make it available for
Yes.
sure. So the next is the Long-Term Care Act. That was signed by the governor. It goes into effect as of January 1st, 2022, that employees have to pay. It is, employers have to start withholding 0.58% of payroll tax from all employees. The services will be available for people starting January 1st, 2025. There is talk about people being able to somehow opt out of this. They don't know what the exact process is for that yet, but I just want to give you a heads up. This will be something that will work with the auditor's office as well. The Long-Term Care Act will provide people, you have to you have to pay into the program for at least 10 years, or you have to be employed for like 3 consecutive years to be able to retire and then maybe apply for it. It pays up to $100 a day and up to $36,000 for your lifetime. And it pays for long-term care.
Interesting.
And so they're unlike, well, like the state paid family leave, though, the employer and the employee have to pay a portion, and this does not require the employer to pay a portion. But they do say that there will be people that will be able to opt out of it. So if someone, is going to retire in the next 2 or 3 years, this wouldn't apply to them. And so they might be able to opt out of paying that
Why
payroll
pay into
tax.
something that you know
Yes.
you have no way.
But I don't know how any of that will work. So it's just kind of more of a heads up that it was signed. Employees will have to start paying that 0.58% starting January 1st. And so it'll be something else that the auditor's office will have to start working on and implementing.
Is this like long-term care, like nursing home, hospice? care?
Exactly, yes.
So 36,000.
Gets you like
What?
2.5 months? Probably.
Yeah. So more will be coming probably towards the end of the summer, maybe, when they'll give us more information as far as who can opt out, how you have to opt out, those kind of things. If we have to let people be able to opt out, because then we're creating a nightmare maybe in our financial system of who pays into it and who doesn't and how we track that. So all
That should be
unknown
fine,
for
Sharon.
right now.
No problem. Okay.
If we
10-10, yeah, no business.
I'm so glad I don't work payroll.
Wait, I hear Brenda running down.
The next on my list, I don't think I'm going in, oh, I am maybe kind of going in order. So the job class committee, we have 2 members that are no longer on our list. They were both exempt employees. They were not appointed or elected officials. So we have 2 vacant spots. We did receive 3 names that were nominated. I have not reached out to these 3 people to see if they're willing to do it. So I'm not sure if I,
Were they nominated by other people?
they were nominated by other people. So I don't know if I just.
One of those, here's your gift.
Just
Yeah.
give you the 3
Don't
names.
thank
You weren't here.
But I guess my next step would probably be to notify them, see if they're interested, and then come back with, instead of calling them out right now. So I will check with them and then we will follow up with that. We've got 3 nominations and 2 vacant positions right now. So
He was talking when you started. What committee are you talking about?
the job classification committee, which if we go into the salary information and stuff, it might be good to get that updated and get the committee informed or involved or whatever it may be down the road. That'll be up to Rob. The next is NeoGov. I did another webinar with them the other day, and I am really wanting to move forward with the Perform module. And so just to keep that fresh in your mind.
So we brought it to you before the list was put together, and then we added it to the list, and so, we're not quite sure whether to keep haranguing you about it or put it in our budget proposal or next steps for the requests.
Let's say I like the idea, but we haven't discussed it, so I
Right.
don't.
So we just want to keep it alive.
Yep,
So,
and if you have any questions about it, just give me a holler and we can go over everything too. So I think it would be very beneficial for the county for the evaluation process. Like I've said before, it would help. So,
Everybody.
yep. Next, summer interns.
What's there to me for?
Because I am wondering if we can move forward with doing a very short condensed summer internship this year. Last year, obviously, we had discussed it. It was budgeted. It did not happen because of COVID. The year before, we had 12 interns. programs we had 12 interns, 11 different departments. 2 were in the public health because they had 1 at each location. School gets out June 17th for kids. Graduation, I think, is the 11th. So if it is something you guys are willing to move forward with, we would have to move quickly as far as getting the descriptions from the departments who wants to participate and then getting the information out to the students.
I'm on the CTE committee at the high school, and the instructors talked glowingly about this intern program and how they thought that was beneficial to the students, and we're hoping the county would continue to do that. So.
Thoughts?
I'm in favor of the intern program.
And the money's in your budget, that's another reason why.
Yeah, that's something that should be raised. I mean, we did budget for it.
Yes, yeah,
Tentatively based on if we could do it or not, depending on where
Right.
we were at from a health perspective.
and the budget, I think, was the same amount for last year, which would have included after-school programs as well, and after-school internships, in which we had done some in the spring and some in the fall. And so if we could maybe move forward with just the summer internship right now, see if we can make it work, and then maybe reevaluate it and see if
Later in
moving into the fall would work.
Have you heard from any of the department heads if they're interested this year?
We have had several departments inquire about it to see if we are going to do it. So I'm sure the ones that have already participated, I think it's been a very positive experience for everyone. And so typically the departments have to provide a workup for us of a description of what the intern will do. And then we post each internship separately. And then the kids have to go in and apply for each position. We don't just post one internship because it's with different departments. So then the kids get to pick and choose which department they want to apply for if they want to apply.
So maybe if we do the summer program, because I know Commissioner, you had some questions, maybe we get evaluated after the summer program, survey the kids that are in the program, the departments that use the program, maybe ask the high school, the CTE teachers, some of the, and see if we can gather, the experience.
I'm not against the program. I have concerns
Mhm.
that it doesn't necessarily reach out to all the children. I also, I'll just voice them all now. I also would like it if it was a one-time deal. So if that kid applied as a junior and got it, they're ineligible as a senior, let some other kid do it.
Mhm.
Versus the same 11 kids every year. So that way it would reach more people. And I don't know, just because I'm not a big fan of the college age coming back for an intern, leave it to the high school kids to do it. But those are my 3 issues. But I'm not opposed to it, and I'm not going to stand in the way of this going forward. So I'm into it.
Okay, so to answer some of those questions, we only allow students to come back twice. So if they come in as a junior, they are allowed to come in as a senior. If that's something that we want to reassess and maybe not allow in the future, we can do that. The other thing is, as far as college kids, yeah, we do it as a summer student internship. So if they are still a student, then we felt that, there was one in Superior Court that she started as a senior, she went to college, she came back, she interned again as a college student.
Where's she there?
I do not in our intern program yet.
My worry about the college is that I think if somebody's going off to get their bachelor's degree, they're probably not coming back to work here. The one that's not going to college is probably the one that's going to work here a long time, which is why I would like to focus on the high school and not the college. That's just my rationale in my head, but as one vote.
I kind of go the opposite way on that. What we found in college was the things that you did in the summertime are usually what you went and did for your job. And it's not always in the degree you get. And so if we have people that are working here throughout their college years, they're far more likely to come back after college. And
Well,
work.
that should be easily trackable. But how
Not
many
if you're not
employees
allowing
we
them to
have
do
here that were interns 4 years ago or 3 years ago? When did this start for? 4 years ago?
2018. So we've done it 2 years.
Okay.
I mean, technically, if
Not
your,
there
if your
yet.
goal is to recruit, you'd want to be doing it their junior and senior year, or their sophomore and junior.
I get it.
all
Not
summer.
enough data yet for that one.
Mhm.
Not that I agree, but
So first off, I support it. I think we should do it. The question of the, multiple years or not, that should be a non-issue this year. I mean, like, we don't really have to even deal with that because we didn't do it last year.
Mhm.
And it's unlikely, I mean, I guess it could come up if somebody was a junior 2 years ago and are in college and they wanted to do it this summer, it possibly could.
like I said, I'm not looking to change anything this year.
Yes, I would leave it, and I'm open to the
future
discussion as far as how it's, but I would be in favor of leaving it alone for now, the way it is.
Okay.
And then we can, I mean, those are legitimate.
Yeah, we can reevaluate.
Because the idea of it was not just, at least my support was, the biggest thing we're trying to do is recruitment.
Mhm.
And as far as long-term recruitment of folks into, county jobs,
Mhm.
is that we have to grow our own. And so I think I would have to see some data that doesn't support that folks that go to college are not going to work for the county. I think I'd have to see that, that's like we're wasting our efforts.
Like I said, that's just in my head. I would have to see data on either side to
Yeah.
prove that.
Mhm.
And hopefully, same thing as this goes on, we can collect the data from the ones that were juniors and seniors and where did they go? Did it work or did it not work? And yeah, okay.
And I think there's a common thread. I mean, we're trying to get these young folks work experience. In these programs, they work hard. And so whether they come back, that's the golden ticket. But even if they just get solid work experience and go on to do that or not do it, they may say, I don't want to do that for a living. I mean, having that work experience is where the high school comes in, getting these, how to show up to work,
Right.
How to be ready to work, what's expected of you when you get there. So, if we can get these folks back, that's really great, but providing youth those.
Well, even the
life
experience
skills.
when we did the new hire orientation, the filling out forms was new to all of them almost. And so I think it's just life lessons too.
Right. How you dress to, how you
Yes.
show up for an interview.
Yes,
how
being held
you-
accountable for, yes.
Time, 9:00 means 9:00. It's not 9:20. It's
Mhm.
not, and that's a new concept for some.
Mhm.
No, you can't do your job while you're texting on your phone.
Right, yeah.
I do have one other concern.
Yeah.
And that is the pay scale.
Yeah.
If we're hiring high school kids, I guess I would say minimum wage is enough, and I don't like to see their wages competing with other county employees who are 40 years old. So that is another concern that I forgot to mention.
Mhm. Yes, and I think that is a concern that has been discussed previous to. Everybody that comes in is hired as a clerical admin 1, and that is a starting wage of $16.47. It is grade 34. It is our and so I think that has been a concern of some other departments as well.
And remind me again what our minimum wage is, 11 or something, 12?
It is $13.50 right now, or $13.69.
So just.
That's a good HR question.
I
Let me
see you
go check
looking
my
at Jimmy.
poster.
It's like,
Yeah,
she's a little
13.
rusty.
I think it's
We call a
$13.69.
friend.
Yeah.
Are
I
you,
meant to use a lifeline.
$13.50, and then it goes up to 13.
Thank God for Google.
Yeah.
so
Thanks, Amy.
are you saying that because we hire them in the box we put them in, we can't pay them $13.50 because at the county, we don't have a box that's $13.50?
I'm not saying we can't, but we do not have, we have a grade that is minimum wage scale, and that is tied to our flagger position. And it doesn't have all 10 steps. It has 5 steps.
But that's my
So that
point.
would
It could be addressed.
So you're evaluating a junior in high school that's doing clerical work as getting paid more than a flagger. That's a problem.
we can change it going forward or address it with some of these other things. So we're good for a summer program and then have a hard look at determining if the fall, and if the fall, what does it look like?
It sounds like yes to that. I don't know that the pay is necessarily settled. Which we need to settle right now. Where do you need to
Can we
go?
change that?
That's the first thing. You can't advertise if you don't.
As I
know
said, I
what
would
you're
hope
doing.
the pay isn't settled, but
Yeah.
I'm leaving that to you. I've
Right.
expressed where I'm at.
Do you want minimum wage?
I do. For high school kids, yes.
So what is the conflict? The only conflict I'm aware of is in the volunteer van drivers. Is there another one that I'm not aware of?
The in-home aides are set, those rates are set by the state.
Right.
And then the flaggers. The van drivers and everything, I think, are still at the same grade.
Was it set originally just for a reason, maybe to attract more students, or was it just because?
It was just at grade, it was just,
Right, it was.
yeah, it was just the clerical
we
one position.
Anticipated,
Mhm.
most of that was the job they were filling. You do that job, that's what you get paid. It's, step one, entry level, that's the pay.
Mhm.
Those are verbal, okay, for the, or do we need a resolution?
I think we would need a resolution
So
to
if
change
you want
that.
to change it to minimum wage, we would move forward to getting it out to these kids, but we would post it at minimum wage and next week or soon bring you a resolution to change.
I
it.
mean,
If that's what you want to do.
I want it to be a lot.
I want to know
closer
the
to
problem I'm
minimum
trying
wage.
to solve. That's
Yeah.
always my question,
Mhm.
is what's the problem I'm trying to solve? Besides kids shouldn't be paid whatever, what is it, 16?
Kids should be paid comparable to what they're gonna be paid elsewhere as kids in a summer job. And if we go giving them $3.50 more than minimum wage, their first job was $3.50 more than minimum wage. That does not set them up for success if they don't come back here. That's kind of how I look at that one. I think you start at the bottom and you work your way up. I did. I worked at City Fruit packing strawberries, 14 hours a day at minimum wage. You don't set them up for success when you overpay them as a high school student. I would like to see, not necessarily $13.50, but it needs to be closer than $16.37.
So our summer labor interns, summer labor engineers through the Public Works Department is at grade 33. And that is a lower wage. And so that would be comparable to our entry levels and our summer labor.
14.50, something like that.
I don't have the.
I say I could go up to
I could go-
14.50 and be an easy sell.
Well, I think if there's another one that is lower, then yeah, it should be whatever the
Because
entry
I mean, that's
level.
been the discussion before, is that our summer labor engineers are coming in at a lower wage
Right.
than the summer interns.
No, and I don't think that's fair. I think we should
Mhm.
have the entry level should be the entry level and that's it. I will say, when I was a high school student and worked at Stadelman Fruit and got paid $2.35, but then I got a better job that paid $5 an hour, and I did. I moved. I didn't do that anymore. I improved myself, and look, you can go from packing fruit to being on the board of commissioners.
There you go.
2 out of 3, did you pack fruit?
Change more irrigation line.
Yeah, I also did that too, but I didn't get paid for that. I got paid food.
Room and board, yeah.
And so I gave myself a raise, so. So,
So we can move the internship.
Set the rate at what the summer
Okay.
engineer.
yeah,
Okay.
that seems fair.
And that's
It may not be 14.50, but we'll check and.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I did not bring the pay schedule with me.
No, that gets us moving for this year anyway.
Is it? Okay.
You're all right.
No, it's good.
Okay,
That is good.
Okay, I think that is it on my list.
Well, I got 2 things in HR.
and before we move on, how many intern slots did we budget for?
I would assume it was the same as, it's the same budget, so 12 spots is what I would shoot for. Because the budget included, after-school program for the springtime that we are not doing either, and with the lower wage.
You might be
Um,
thinking,
Yeah, that's what I was
Right,
gonna say,
yeah.
because it was.
So it's
set.
gonna be quick, though. I mean, I'm gonna put, it's gonna be a quick turnaround.
Yeah,
The
plus we don't know the
departments-
departments,
Right.
how much desire there is out there.
Right, so
Yeah.
hopefully.
Not gonna let you go first anymore if you're gonna cause trouble.
I know, sorry.
Okay.
Now I get to run.
Jimmy's over there Googling everything for him.
Jeff, did you have your hand up?
Our vacation is gonna be next.
Go ahead.
If you'll entertain, as a director who has taken advantage of the intern program both years, I'll just say two things about the conversation that's been had. One is that the wage that was provided was a bit of a contention for my staff that's getting paid close to that wage, right? That's another issue that wasn't really brought up here. Like, kid, right? He's just coming in off the street and I've got to teach him everything that he needs to do, or she. And they're getting real close to what I'm already making. That was one. And the other thing is for, if you don't allow us to use the same person 2 years or coming back from college, it creates more work. Because
Right.
the ramp up speed to teach them how to do, right? We invest in them, and I get that this program is to benefit the kids and give them work experience, but it's also to benefit the departments. And, our need is not to spend more time training someone. So that was why we used the same person both years. Because when she came back the second time, she walked right in and gave her assignments and off to the show. And we got the maximum benefit while she was still learning good skills in the workplace.
good comment. Like I said, by the time this one's over, we'll have the data and I'll learn how many people applied, how many people will be paid.
It's your decision to make, is my experience.
So I guess part of our future discussion, I mean, is it a work experience program? Is it a bring them back to work here program, or is it an employment program?
Well,
Somewhere.
I
So
don't
are all
know
the
that we're
above.
gonna be able to answer that question until we have a history of the outcome of it. So until then, we're just,
So in 2019, I can tell you, we did have 150 applications for 12 internships.
Wow.
So,
that kind of makes it harder for me to take recurring.
All right, so senior planner, Mochi and I put together a job description and talked about it and went over it. And we indicated, or she indicated to the commissioners, that before we asked for verbal, you wanted to see the job description. So our intent is to put it on as old business next week, to let you see the structure of the department proposed and the job description that focused on the long-range planning. And so we didn't bring it today for verbal. We'll bring that next Tuesday for your review and discussion. If that's
Okay. Yeah, I think that's
She's ready to
consistent with
move
what
forward
we
and bring that to you.
discussed. We wanted to kind of see it first.
And then finally, on the HR part anyway, and I don't know if Lee's mentioned to this or not, we participate in the insurance pool. And just drawing a blank, the name of it, Washington County Insurance Pool. There's 7, I think. Rural counties are 7, or a small group of counties in this pool. Commissioner Christopher represents the board on that board, represents commissioners. And having talked to Lee, and then we talked to Commissioner Christopher, I've talked to PA Canal. We would like to have the other insurance pool, the bigger pool, make a presentation to the commissioners and staff on their pool. They used to do it on an annual basis. They haven't done it for a couple of years. Frankly, from my perspective as risk manager, I have some issues with the current insurance company, and I won't speak for PA Canal or anybody else, but I think at the very least, we should know what else is out there and what they have to offer. And so we would be asking if it's okay if Lee invites them to make a presentation to you on their pool and what they offer and what they do.
Okay.
I don't have the history of why we switched to back then, but I think it's always relevant to relook at and reevaluate what you're currently using, especially if you have issues.
Yeah, and actually we had switched before my time,
Like
been
10
with-
years.
but we did
Yeah.
pretty much on an annual basis. We, they came at their presentation and we made a conscious, where we decided to stick with, because it's a lengthy process to switch. You have to give a year's notice. But we did entertain that and look at, so we could compare. I think you should always on a reasonable basis should go look and see what other services are available, and look at it. We haven't looked at it for a while. Yeah, so let's have a look, see. So I'd be okay with that, asking them to come give us a presentation.
Compare retreats.
Yeah. There will,
Would you be interested in, once you have your presentation from WRCP, and then invite the other pool in afterwards, then you can compare?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Whether we invite them or not, I suspect they'll ask for time once they understand the competitors are just like that. Usually seemed like that happened before too. So our current pool will want an opportunity to talk to us as well. And if I remember correctly, just because you have to give a year's notice, but just because you give notice, you're actually not committed to, I don't know if you have to make the decision then, or you're like giving fair warning that you may switch, or maybe you actually have to give them a year's notice that you're dropping so that the pool could plan. I don't know, that would
I
be
think
something to know.
I think it is a year notice.
That's an
Especially the
awkward
small-
year.
Yeah, yeah.
That's gonna be great service during that year. Well, you're leaving anyway, so why do I need to return your email or phone call?
Which is.
No comment.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'm not commenting either, but I don't know, your thoughts, Mr. Anderson, are you okay with exploring other options?
I'm okay with exploring it.
Yeah, and that's all I'm saying, that's I don't know,
Yeah.
it's been a couple, 3 years since we've heard from the other.
Okay, unless there's any questions, then Casey's free to move to the back of the room, and Jen will join me.
Straight.
Sorry.
More of a shotgun than a pistol, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like a fine mist. Then I have to, I'm laying on people's clothes.
And Rob, I'm assuming if we do the reevaluation of the insurance pools, that we eventually have some kind of I would hope that we would have some kind of a workshop with department heads like yourself and the prosecutor that work with them, so that the board can hear their reasoning, rationalization, wishes and wants.
And I don't know how much interaction other departments have with them, because normally it's handled by the PAs, or myself and me.
That's it.
But we can definitely ask, absolutely. I know Gordy's dealt with them on some of the public works claims, so.
So there's gonna be a little bit out there, and I wanna know how they worked, even though it's in a minor degree compared to you guys.
Sure, absolutely. All right, Jen, take it away.
All right, this time it's pretty lengthy, so I apologize in advance. American Rescue Plan is where I'll start off. US Treasury has released guidance. They have put out an online portal, as well as an interim ruling document. It's about a 150-page document. They're allowing NACO 60 days to provide feedback and any changes that they would see that needs to be made. So I think that deadline is July 9th to get the final ruling. The portal is open now. That's where we would submit an application. It's where a contract would be signed to receive the first tranche of money. It's also where we would submit the interim reports as well as the quarterly reports going forward. At this point in time, the portal is pretty basic. I just got word this morning from their IT department that when setting up the portal for the submission, we can only have one authorized representative, which has to be somebody who with legal authority to sign a contract for the entity, and then one contact person at this point in time. That person will receive all alerts and notifications if there were any issues, any notifications for any reporting going forward and whatnot. They said that they are working on trying to be able to add more contacts. It's set up to look like more contacts should be able to be in there, but they're just not quite there yet. So I'm assuming that Mr. Chairman would be the authorized representative. So
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, $4 million.
Later today, I anticipate, once I hit save and submit, you're supposed to be receiving an email with a DocuSign document with the contract. I'm not sure if you have to set up an ID Me portal. I don't know if you've ever done it before, but if you do have to do that, I suggest using a mobile device, because you have to upload either your passport, your driver's license, and your social security number, and then they'll take facial recognition. So pretty much everything but your blood type.
Okay.
Dealing with the IRS is a little more complicated. Commerce was a little easier than the IRS.
No, yeah, it's not
Yeah.
gonna make it to next
You get
year.
it from your phone, they'll have you scan your driver's license.
Yeah, I started on the computer and then they were like, oh, no, take a picture with, and I was like, okay, start
With my
over.
laptop. How's that?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Otherwise, it's pretty straightforward.
After all that, it's
After all that,
straightforward.
really,
It's pretty
nothing-
straightforward.
nothing.
It's pretty point and click. You just, giving away everything. So-
Always a.
This is from Treasury.
From Treasury.
Oh, yeah, I trust them. I implicitly.
Yes. And I'd never
Although
heard
the
of that.
reality is they already have all of
Yeah,
that.
I know.
Really. That was-
And more.
And more.
And more.
Yeah, there was quite a few people, I've never even heard of the ID Me portal before, but so quite a few people
Yeah.
apparently were in the same shoes and we're like, is this legit? Is this a scam?
Yeah.
Like, we're not really comfortable with that.
Yeah, why is this a Nigerian website?
All of a sudden it's.
Oh,
Washington
no, the
unemployment
Treasury's
all over
contracting with us.
again. So, a
Your
couple
service
things.
is better. Okay. I'm done now.
Got snare drum.
You know that earlier trading? Go get it.
Hey,
We're gonna need
your
that.
sign.
Yes, I'll read my sign.
Expedite that.
Here's your sign. Yeah, continue.
So, a few things to note with the interim rules. We've talked a lot about using lost revenue with this first tranche. How we anticipated or were hopeful that we could use it using our budget numbers is not going to be how it's going to go. So we may not use pre-pandemic projections as a basis to estimate reduction in revenue, although we can use 3 years prior to the pandemic to determine our local growth rate, or we can use the national average growth rate for 4.1%, whichever is larger. And we're permitted to calculate the extent of the reduction in revenue in 4 points of time, December 31st, 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023. General revenue, they've defined specifically, so we'll have to do a little work there too. It's not just a simple, quick report. We'll just have to pull out a couple items out of there. I did find that general revenue also includes intergovernmental transfers between state and local governments, but excludes intergovernmental transfers from federal government, including transfers made via state to local governments pursuant to the CRF funds. So that should not count against that. Doing a rough estimate, didn't pull out any of the detailed revenues. It was about $2 million that I came up with quickly, but we'll dive into that later. Some key dates to note would be December 31st, 2024. Funds must be obligated, not incurred. And December 31st, 2026, funds must be spent and all work performance must be completed. So we have a little bit longer than we originally thought. Like I said before, reporting requirements, an interim report is due August 31st, 2021. I'm not sure exactly what those requirements will be for that interim report. We should have just got the money by then. Then quarterly project and expenditure reports will be due on a quarterly basis. The first one will be due October 31st. And so that'll include 2 quarters, but then 1 quarter going up after that. And they're claiming that it's going to be the same general data as the CRF funds, which was pretty easy to keep track in a spreadsheet and upload. So I'm not exactly sure how this will work. But they're modifying some expenditure categories and adding some additional data elements for eligible uses.
Let's just say it's not getting simpler.
No.
Getting more complicated.
Department of Commerce put out a article regarding broadband, coordinating with ARP and the AJP. So a few things just to note there. Washington State has released their broadband infrastructure goals, being claimed as the most aggressive in the nation. 2024 is their year where they have planned to have universal high-speed internet access. FCC definition of high speed, which is 25 megabytes a second for download and 3 megabits upload.
Megabits.
Yes.
Megabit.
It's only 10.
2026, every Washington community has access to 1 gigabyte service at an anchor institution such as library, hospitals, schools, or governmental buildings. 2028, universal access to 150, symmetrical. Lofty goals.
You gotta say, is that possible? The upload, especially the upload stuff is not.
That's probably more of a Mr. Anderson question, but
Switch all that fiber and you're done.
You can do it on cable. You can't do it on DSL copper lines. So just be aware.
Does satellite do that fast?
I had a meeting with Starlink representative, and they're looking, they should be able to, in future iterations, push a gig. Gigabit, not byte.
If they get enough chips.
Huh?
If they can get enough chips.
They are actually having issues, even they're having issues with chip
Oh,
trade.
they can.
so the state legislature just approved a pair of bills that expand the authority to the public utility districts to provide broadband. Additionally, satellite technology is being used in some areas as a bridge until there's a way to pay for fiber. Ultimately, the state recognizes the need for scalable solutions that meet community needs over the long term, and that it will take investments and collaboration among both public-private partners. The state approved $411 million for broadband in the state capital budget, which prior to that, it was 31 million for Public Works Board and Community Economic Revitalization Board for planning and construction projects in rural communities over the last 2 years. Although even with these investments, the Washington State Broadband Office says that federal funds are the only way local and tribal communities can build out high-speed infrastructure. And they estimate it'll take at least $3 billion to achieve their goals.
I can't imagine fiber would ever solve everybody's problems, especially in the rural areas. You get close sometimes.
It said it'll do the city, but it ain't gonna do.
There's always that last.
Well, you can do it.
It's just really expensive.
You know, we're probably over $100 million in today's dollars to do fiber to the home here.
Unfortunately, the Washington State Broadband Office is running into issues with the FCC and their federal mapping data that they use to show internet access. And that's how they're distributing federal funds. The use of Starlink satellite technology, among other factors, essentially locks communities out of the upcoming federal funding rounds, despite the technology still being in the beta phase. So there's that.
How can you explain that better?
Yeah, that.
So because Starlink is reaching out to communities like us, we may not be eligible
For
for.
federal funding.
Because they'll say, you
Because
can
they'll say
just use
You
that.
can just get a satellite.
No, how it's gonna work is that, remember the CAF dollars that CenturyLink got to expand service? And they got it for a good portion of Klickitat County. A lot of the states didn't, a lot of the areas in the states didn't get anything. We got really lucky and that Starlink was able to bid on this most recent CAF dollars, and all of Klickitat County got included in that. So Starlink will be having to provide service if they want their federal dollars, $600 per person that can hook up. They have to have this entire area blanketed. And so they got the contract out from under CenturyLink this last go around. But since they're saying that they're going to provide service, you're now not eligible for like running fiber to the home because you have somebody else saying we can provide the service.
Well, and running fiber to the home would have never been cost effective in this county.
That's the problem.
I did include a copy of that article. It's the last grouping of that packet for you to read later on if you'd like. Additionally, the FCC launched the Emergency Broadband Benefit Program. It's a temporary program to help families and households who are struggling to afford internet service during the COVID pandemic. The program provides a discount of up to $75 a month on monthly high-speed internet bills for qualifying low-income households, and a one-time discount of up to $100 for a laptop, tablet, or desktop computer.
It's $50 a month for low income, isn't it? It's $75
For, I'm sorry, I
for
didn't,
tribal.
I didn't see that in there, but quite possible. So that's what I have related to American Rescue Plan.
Do we know how people access that?
There's a portal.
There's a portal for people that.
Right now in Klickitat County, CenturyLink is the only provider and AT&T that I'm aware of on that list.
Gotcha, okay. Good information for the public. All right.
Okay.
$50 per month for broadband service, $75 per month if households are on tribal lands.
There you go.
Thank you.
Okay, the next paperclip group of papers is landfill allocation. Like a constituent came in a couple weeks ago and made a public comment inquiring about where the landfill revenue has been allocated. It took me a little bit to gather that data. I was able to pull from 1997 to current out of our financial system, and managed to find a spreadsheet from Glenn going back to 1989. In order to remain consistent with what Mr. Ron has been provided in the past, I continue to use Glenn's program area names to just be consistent going forward, so he would know what that was. The first is a tree map chart identifying the percentages and the dollars going into general government, community and economic development, reserves, health and human services, capital improvement, and law, safety, and justice area, which is not sheriff's. It's law library, superior court, those types of things. The second page is the actual data.
I personally found this very informative. We talked about this Friday. It's a lot of information in here.
I opened her email and just giggled. I was very pleased.
Yes. and then-
Congrats, you want-
And I have been in contact with Ron as well throughout this time. He came in and visited me, and I let him know that today I would be presenting it, and I have a copy for him. I also talked to him this morning as well as Lee, so he's aware.
Before we go on, that might be something that I had raised at the finance committee when we saw this first. Is something in the future. As Jen said, she kept the traditional categories of things, but that might be something we want to play around with, because some of them are, I think, misleading or not on purpose. They just
Right.
are that the general public may
Not-
misunderstand what the category really is.
Talking about the tax relief
Right.
sections that.
Yeah.
Well, and the law, safety and justice.
Law and safety, that sounds like that would be
Sheriff's
office and the
So
courts
more
and all that.
description would be good on them.
Yeah, so,
Or a third.
I mean, if you
that
read
just breaks
into the,
down
you
what
know, where it
each
does
one
break
is.
it down and you
Well-
can find it.
and I found these because, well, one, they were labeled in a spreadsheet and I was like, well, what do these mean? Like, where are they? And I went and found the definitions in the budget summaries. So every year in the budget summaries, these program areas are talked about and with definitions and what they are. So that's how I ended up coming up with that. Because I had 20 years of information sitting there, and I know Treasurer Gallagher has presented you landfill trends in raw data form, I decided to go ahead and create a visual for you. 20 years with the trend line kind of skews it a little bit.
Yeah, I wish that trend line would just
Keep on
going.
going, I know. But we know over the last 8 years, it's starting to flatten out. So I pulled the last 8 years, created a secondary analysis with a trend showing that how that's flattening out with that trend line.
I think, well, I know y'all think that too, because you've said so, but I think Jen's done a great job, and we're trying to stick to make it visual, do it color, you know, and try and condense the information into, you know, an easier format, simpler format, and I think she's done that, so.
One thing I would note that I just happen, because of my institutional knowledge, you know, because I do look at, you know, you always look at outliers. And so the 07, the 6.2, that I think that's the year that we went from accrual to cash. And so we lost a quarter, we didn't lose a quarter, it got reported, which at the end of the life of the landfill, there will be, that's where it'll show up. And so again, that's one of those things, maybe a note, because I know in the budgets, is there a note? Oh, look at that, never mind. I did that to you on Friday. You know what would be really good is if, and she was like, yeah, it's right there. Okay,
We didn't
never
have to
mind.
go back either, did we?
Yeah, so there it is.
You're a prophet.
Yeah.
You are,
I
sorry.
had no idea
I'm
what
learning.
was there.
Yeah,
So the 2001, was that, did we lose a contract or something?
I don't know, that's
I
before,
couldn't find
if-
information.
getting why that was such a,
No.
took such a hit in 01.
We hope never to see it again.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's always good to know your history because it repeats.
Tends to anyway.
Yeah.
Is this something you'd like us to continue, like Jen, to continue to track year after year after year? I mean, the data's there. We just continue to show those and bring those.
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes, and same deal, if there was a way to like put a little note like I just wrote for his update on switching.
It's on the bottom.
It is on the bottom. That's what they were, that's what I would be showing my, apparently needs to be a bigger asterisk.
I guess.
Yeah.
Or highlighted.
Yeah, highlight it, draw it, let me,
Yeah, same deal with the 2001, if we had any.
yeah, I was like,
I-
well,
I
I
tried
came
to
in
find
06, it's the, what happened in 07?
I never even saw that down there.
Yeah, so, okay, great, no, that's
Well,
good.
you just have to turn it over, see, much
Yeah,
better.
yeah, there you
The
go.
other way, yeah.
Okay, the second packet, paperclip there, the first page should be revenues, budget to actuals. So I will update this at the end of May, when everything gets put through, probably the first week of June, actually. So with this, I just pulled all of the base subs out of Kayenta, which is basically lumps everything into one group and of different types of the revenues. And then added a trend line chart at the bottom for all of the revenues, just to see the flow of the revenue throughout, total revenue throughout the year. If there's specific revenues you would like to see more trend analysis on, some guidance would be great.
Doesn't have 2020.
Oh, yeah.
We did that intentionally.
We,
2020 will be a footnote in everybody's chart forevermore.
Is there gonna be a way that we can hold out or omit, when we get the stimulus payments? Cause that's gonna
It'll
skew everything, cause there's gonna get $2 million gonna get dumped into the
I can play
revenue.
with it.
I mean, it needs to be there, but somehow so it doesn't skew the number, like
Just
in
make an asterisk on the
07, would
bottom.
make an asterisk on the
Right.
bottom, since those are so effective for me.
Maybe I won't put it in a graph,
Yeah.
not chart it, so you could see, all the same type of revenue together and just have it highlighted at the top.
So I guess the question would be is where that money gets dumped? Is it gonna get dumped just into the general fund, or are we gonna dump it into its own fund that we pull out of? Because if it dumps into its own fund, it's a lot easier.
It's gonna go to 125, the cumulative reserve,
Reserve.
but it will have its own,
It has it
Number.
already has its own bars number for revenue and a
yeah,
placeholder
because we
bars
didn't,
number
we
for
thought, yeah,
expenditures.
you don't wanna just throw it in there so that we can track it.
But there's also complications with Brendan, talking to Brendan Gregg, the auditor and the treasurer, about putting in its own fund and the complications that could come with that as well.
Right, as far as creating, and instead of 125, it's, 126 or whatever.
Mhm.
Because there was concerns about we don't have very many fund numbers left, that we've created all these funds over time and you can't use them for some other
We've
purpose.
run out of numbers.
We're running out of numbers,
We have a lot.
according to the auditor and the treasurer.
Boy, can't we need something new in Kayenta?
Well, an abacus
Preaching to the
only
choir.
has so many beads on it. I mean, it's just,
So the reason for these reports, is Jen and I've talked to you a few times this year, when we created her job, a big part of it was analysis and bringing regular information to the commissioners. So this was her attempt to bring you a report to see if it has the information that you want. One of the things we discussed was that it needed to be a report that didn't take her a week to fill out, that once we got feedback that you liked it, then it's already built in and you can run it every month or on a regular basis anyway. And so if there's other information that you'd like to see, let us know. If this is okay for now, she'll continue with.
This is great.
this is great.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, Jen.
Highly pleased. Thank you.
The next page would be the expenditure portion, budget to actuals. If you see at the very bottom line, there's a percent of budget used target by month. So the
That was what
target,
I asked for, that was already there.
so the target for April would be 33%. And we're sitting at 28% as a total county. I have separated the general fund out by department specifically, and then the special revenue funds below that. Every other fund being highlighted or shaded gray for easier to read.
Yeah, like this, it should be able to help us see if somebody's getting into future issues
Yeah, before their payroll doesn't run.
that
Right.
they probably know about, but we don't know about.
Okay, and following that, the pages following are, you guys had given me direction to pull the grant funded funds and create some type of report for that. So I started with 104 senior services, 137 public health, and then emergency management fund, although 107 is the one primarily grant funded, but I don't think that you can see, you can't really look at that without looking at all of Mr. King's funds as a whole. So
Yeah,
all
that
three
one
of them are there.
confused me to death.
I know. Well, this might still confuse me. So I created a dashboard style report. The first section would be revenue, budget, remaining, the percentage that's remaining to collect for the year. Grouping that by quarter, so it had easy benchmarks for visually. Next one would be the expenditure side of it. Your year-to-date actuals versus their budget. Below that would be the 2021 budget to actual. There's a lot of data on this one chart. Revenues would be the stacked area graphs. I tried to keep the landfill revenue the same color throughout every one of them so you guys can easily identify that. Beyond that, I had to play with colors a little bit so it was easier to read. But each color represents a different type of revenue. I wanted to highlight grant revenue, state and federal, and then whatever else was their main source of revenue would be the next one, and then a create basic other type of revenue category. The black stacks dot would be the budget monthly average if you were to take the whole budget divided by 12. The red bars would be the expenditures by month. And then the line is the treasurer's month-end cash balance report. Any questions related to that chart specifically?
No. So when the ending cash balance is below that, that's a problem.
Yes. The bottom would be the expenditures specifically year over year. You guys have asked me to create something where you could see prior years. For the most part, I left out 2020 as you directed, except for public health. Pandemics are, in their wheelhouse, so I left that in there, but added 2017 as the trend line, just so you had 3 semi-normal years versus the pandemic.
I will tell you that Jen took the initiative to reach out to these specific department heads to see what they thought, to see if it was beneficial to them. We know that if it's being beneficial to the commissioners is important, but if the departments aren't included, then it can look like a weapon versus a tool. And for instance, Erin out of Jeff's here, Erin called and was thrilled that she's been trying to create this kind of report for her department. And was really excited that Jen had done it, and she found value in the report and receiving the report. So if this is something, and I know Jen's not going through them, that you would want, then departments would get them as you get them. And so we're all using it as a tool.
It's great. In fact, Erin, I had a conversation with Erin and she said, yeah, your stuff needs first look like a first grader did it with crayon.
Sorry, did you want to go through the other one?
So she's not going to do hers anymore.
She asked if I could give this to her, update it and give it to her every month.
Every
I
month.
had no problem.
Yeah.
Now, is this something that would be updated into the shared drive every month, or would we?
I could do that, yes. I think that would be
gives everybody
easiest.
just a way to go look for it,
Yep.
without having to be.
There would be a delay in it. It couldn't be just at the end of the month. I'd have to wait till payroll was ran the following month. So it would be, after the 10th of some point.
We feel it's pretty important to make sure the departments know when information is coming to you about their department, so they see it too and see the value in it and can participate like Jeff's here today, if they choose.
No, I like.
Any questions? Are there any adjustments that you would like to see?
Does it look like?
Like I said, I can't think of it.
No, it's good. Out of the
Except
park.
maybe when you have one of these, put the asterisk on the tip of it. When I see an asterisk, I know to go look for an asterisk, but if I don't see one, I don't know to look for one. Dumb it down a little.
Okay.
Had asterisk blindness, so it's.
Are there any revenues you would like me to try to analyze? Just keep it this way for now.
Yeah,
It's good for now.
Okay.
more than I thought we had.
All right. Thank you.
And I have just a couple things to wrap this up. I know we're a little over time. You want me to go ahead or you guys? Okay. Commissioner Christopher represents the commissioners on the Child Care Committee, and he had suggested that possibly the county should survey our own employees about their childcare needs. So I put together a survey. I've given it to him to take a look at, and we'll get that out as soon as possible so we get updated information about the specific needs of our employees here. So we'll be doing that. The AV, Commissioner Anderson was involved with the meeting with the vendor, the one vendor that we seem to be interested in. Asking for a few changes to their proposal in terms of microphones and cameras, and they got back to us, and now they've requested, we still have not told them, not brought it to you for to select them yet. They're waiting to get drawings from Public Works. So Gordy's on vacation, so I sent it to Kenny, and hopefully he can provide them those links so they can get back to us. So we're moving forward anyway, and then when we get that information back and they've changed their proposal to modify it a bit, then we'll.
The one thing, the big change was is they, in their design, they had 10 boom mics that would come out and sit there.
Did what?
The boom mics.
For the table? or-
And you guys
Table,
too,
us,
yeah.
everything, and we're not so good at sitting there speaking into a mic. These
Yeah.
seem to work really well, and I was thinking we'd go with something like this. If you guys
Yeah.
are in agreement.
Yeah,
with
no,
this.
that
I
seems
didn't,
to,
yeah, I don't like it like anyway.
it seems to pick up well.
Or we could hire
I really
somebody with a
like
boom
that.
mic, just to, we could hire one of those gaffers, whatever they
Oh,
call
yeah.
it.
That's the summer intern. job.
Summer intern.
So we're moving forward on that too. I just wanted to give you a quick update. And there's a couple things, when we were out there on Thursday at the fairgrounds, all of us, and there's been a lot of discussion about looking for efficiencies. And Jeff and I are going to come back and schedule time to discuss moving forward with a change on this. But I just wanted to show you, this is the long distance bill that we process every month. And it's only $1,600 a month, but so this gets set out to all the departments. It gets spread over 35 or 40 different line items, bar numbers, pardon me. And then the phone
Who
line,
still has that printer?
that's the state, that's the code we enter. And this is the phone line charge. It's $5,000 a month. It gets sent to 25 departments, at least 35 different bars and numbers. So if at least 3 people, which is many more than 3. So if Shelby and the auditor's office and a department touches, it's basically over 100 transactions just to process something. What Jeff and I are going to come talk to you about is that we can go to trunks instead of phone lines, and this disappears, and we save $60,000 a year. So we're going to talk more about that in the future. So most like via voice over internet, there is no charges unless you call Europe or, so, but simplicity, trying to find ways to save work. Another one that I'd like to bring to you and talk about later is the Canon lease. So we, $101,000 a year to lease the copiers. We have 48 bars numbers to 24 departments, and it takes hours each month just to process this bill. When in fact, could we centralize it and just have a bill for the county? Looking into this, I've talked to Brendan, the auditor. She said there's no reason we have to spread this out to every department. I've talked to all the major grant departments about whether there's a need. Well, not this one, but in some of these other ones, we would lose the ability for a grant to bill back. But we spend a lot of time, probably more time and staff time than we actually bill back. Like Sharon said, well, we discounted as in kind if the county didn't want to get reimbursed for the newsletter copiers, for instance, the pages, because they print a lot when they do their newsletters. So it's a different concept. It's about, whether we centralize some of these bills, like the phone bill and the copier bill, as a county expense, or whether we want to push it out to all the departments. But I can tell you, it takes a lot of time for everybody to process these bills. And I don't know if the benefit's there to do it. So Jeff and I'll talk more about this one, because this one's easier to do, but we also want to talk about the phone system. This one, the Canon lease is probably up fairly soon. So we'd like to talk to you about that. But these are, I think, ways that working with Brenda and the departments, we can simplify some things. We met, Roe and I met with Jeff King to talk about providing IT support for EMD, and we agree that it'd be a good thing to do, but it would take a body to do it. We'd have to hire somebody. IT does not have the capacity. This is a position that has to be available 24/7, but the reality is they're not working 24/7. So it wouldn't take a full FTE potentially, but we'd have to have one hired and trained, and that they'd be the
What
primary.
exactly would they be doing?
Managing all the IT needs of the 911 dispatch systems.
Managing the vendors,
Yeah, all the
vendor management for the,
I've got lots of IT that it takes to run 911 call taking and radio dispatching.
Okay, so we're gonna need somebody smart that might know how to update websites and help staff.
I'm leading into that. So Jeff and I, I'm not here to ask for that today. Jeff and I will probably come back and have a more detailed discussion. I also found out that when we updated our web page or hired Civic Plus, every 4 years we were entitled to a free overhaul. And so they're about 6 months out. So we scheduled it for November just to get on the calendar. And there's quite a bit of work that they'll come in and refresh it and look at the page. And a lot of the things people have been talking about, they'll come in and take a look at. So we'll learn more about that and come back to you on that. And there's no cost to that. And I don't know what.
How much do we pay a year for Civic Plus?
You knew you were going to ask me that. It was $26,000 initially to set up the web page. I can't remember what I can find out what the.
I would be curious, not only what we pay, I would imagine like with most services, there's a basic, there's a medium, there's a whatever. I would be curious where we fall on that, where say Yakima County falls on that with theirs, and where say Spokane County falls, because they kind of even have more than White Salmon has. So what grade of product they have and what cost that is for that product.
One thing that we get in this redesign is, for instance, a new design for all items originally contracted, main site, department headers and subtitles, a new banner, redeveloped navigation methods, drop downs, options, design setup, wireframe, graphic upgrades, testing, review. I mean, so it's basically a redo of the web page. For what it's worth. So we just got on their calendar, so it's an option, and we'll find out more about it and bring it to you, because it's something we already paid for, basically. And then their discussion about a webmaster. So as we move forward, it might be worth looking at if hiring an IT person to take on the role of the EMD stuff, which is more than half time, less than full time. And we need somebody that could focus on the web, or a webmaster the other time. Could we hire an IT person, and those would be their two primary functions. When they're not working with Jeff, they're helping the departments, not doing the work for the departments, but being trained in that, how to set up the web. And, I've talked to department heads, when somebody leaves, they lose that knowledge, or it's something they only do once a year or twice a year, so they forget. Not having somebody to call and say, gosh, can you remind me how to do X or Y? So this person could be the in-house expert, so to speak. So maybe combining those two might.
Jeff, what percentage of this position is hardware versus software that you're looking at?
I couldn't give you that off the top of my head. We have to deal with hardware. We've got servers for all different things, and we have vendors. A lot of it comes down to speaking the language, knowing IT, which I have nobody in my department now. It's up to me, my chief of ops, and my lead to figure out what vendor is actually, responsible for what's actually going wrong. First of all, what's going wrong and who's responsible, and when you have multiple vendors that need to work together, getting them to do that. When you don't know enough about all these different systems and servers from a technical perspective, that's very challenging, because a lot of these systems are interconnected, right? Our data system, our phone system, they all connect to one another.
Well, the vendors typically blame each other when something breaks. So having somebody step in and knows the language, because vendors go like this, it's a tower problem and the
Like
radio.
when I first got here, the 911 phone system that recently purchased there, there was the phone vendor, the phone company, and the 911 service provider for the state. They were all saying that it wasn't their problem. And it actually took myself and Commissioner Sizemore to sit down and say, we don't care whose problem is, you guys have to figure this out, but we're gonna take legal action. And that's hundreds of hours later, when 911 calls were still very difficult to hear because of that echo on that system.
So we're trying not to bring you
Trying to
problems.
avoid those things from ever happening.
We're trying not to bring you problems. We're trying to bring you solutions. I know the web issue is an issue with all the departments that was brought forward. Jeff has brought forward to the commissioners that that's a skill set that they need. IT agrees they need that skill set and would benefit the county to have that in the system. So maybe it's something we can solve by hiring a single person instead of trying to hire. Because I don't think the webmaster concept is a full-time position, because the departments still need to be responsible for putting their page content and updating that. Jeff's position would be full-time at times, and when it's full-time, it needs to be full-time, but it needs to be 24/7. So we would have to train some of the other IT folks to be backup, in case that person's on vacation or sick, but it's doable. And
And also add, this wouldn't be specifically just for the things that are not county IT, network system specific to my department. It would also be after hours because, if something goes wrong with the county network, my comms officers and deputies are the ones 24/7. My comms officer is the only one in the county that do 24/7 besides jail. And if our county network or county systems that IT manages at any time go down nights, weekends, we still need somebody. We can't stop working. We need somebody from IT to be available for us, and that would also be included.
Can you bring this together? Can you look into the price of maybe doing this, outsourcing this to one of the other, IT providers in the gorge? Because it has to be 24/7 and there's other companies that do this for businesses all throughout the gorge. Multi-million-dollar businesses.
yes, just first answer. It's probably easier to outsource the vendor management and that piece when it gets into the county IT system, when it gets into the county, to the stuff that we're responsible for. We probably wouldn't want to outsource that necessarily.
I don't know that I'm interested in that.
But maybe there's pieces of it that, yes, we'll look into it and see what's out there, of course.
Because right now, county IT doesn't hardly do much with you, right? I mean, you're kind of your own shit.
They do help.
Whatever I can beg, borrow, and steal out of it. Jeff Rowe goes above and beyond, so does Joe. But, not particularly, right? So we do what we have with what we've got.
So there's definitely a need. We'll look into that.
And one on that point specifically is we would still need a county IT person to interface with that vendor for anything that touches, a different system that touches the county system. We still need that 24/7 county IT person.
And Jeff has a little money to bring to the table, I think training money from one of his grants, so.
911 grants provides roughly $10,000 a year for IT security training and so on.
That's it, commissioners. Thank you very
No.
much.
It's not.
Oh,
actually. We got a couple minutes left. Topic. Yeah, I thought you were gonna Scooby on out of here.
yeah, it was.
From a L&I risk management, whatever perspective, and I do see we have Director Quinn is on the call too, so she can chime in if she wishes. Obviously, there was a press release press conference last week, last Thursday, that the governor did that had announced new changes as far as in requirements, masking requirements and all that stuff. And I know I have asked, I had inquired on Friday about, and of course it was all too new as far as we're still sorting through the actual requirements. do we have any updates as far as, because I have had some inquiries from some directors and some from electeds as well, as far as, you know, are we going to change, you know, we want to be in compliance with at this point, but do we have an idea of what that is?
I talked to, I think PA Cannell's on the phone as well, and I've talked to both of them, and I think we're all waiting, and I have to speak for them, but I think we're all waiting for LNI. I think the PA's association's opinion is that we're still tied to the February 11th directive, unless LNI would have to change the rules to apply to at least the courthouse, if not all of our facilities. And I talked to Director Quinn last night, and she's also waiting for LNI. They're the ones that have to.
So to update their written regulations.
Change it. I think, and if they're both on the phone, as it is currently written by LNI, the new information does not apply to us yet.
Okay. Yeah.
The LNI would have to change their rules, and if I'm misspeaking, I hope Dave or Aaron speaks up, but my understanding on the current LNI rules, we're still required to wear a mask, and our guests are required to wear a mask. Okay. And until that's changed, then we're not allowed to change, I believe. Mr. Cannell, is that correct? Aaron?
Yeah, please advise if you.
Yeah, so I can give you kind of my take on this. So the information that I received yesterday stated that face covering requirements in the workplace are governed by the Department of Labor and Industries, and that there is no guidance written yet based on last week's announcement. I think it's going to be important to address those specific requirements when they come out before we choose making changes, because frankly, I have no idea how businesses are going to become vaccine police. And I think their guidance on how to manage who is not wearing a mask is going to be a big deal. Obviously, with this guidance, anyone who has been vaccinated and is 14 days post the complete series cannot wear a mask. And how businesses are going to adhere to that, I think, will be important in the guidance that they are coming out with.
Okay.
I think our David Dennis.
PA Cannell, did you have anything to add?
Well, as of yesterday, I haven't checked the site today, but the obligation imposed by Department of Labor and Industries for business, including the courthouse and courthouse employees, remains the same, which mandates the use of masks.
Okay. Okay, so that's really what, at least for me, I needed to hear as far as until, you know, because I watched the press conference but again, I know there's a lag of time between the announcement and then the written regulations that come out. It can take them a week or 10 days to produce those. So I guess we will, so it sounds like at this point, at least from my perspective, it's status quo until the new guidance comes out.
That would be my understanding. And I know Director Quinn and PA Cannell and I are watching closely and communicating with each other.
Please communicate with the board as soon as there is something, because other folks are communicating with us.
Yes, yes. Yes, we will.
Okay, so thank you. All right. Anything else before we break for lunch? No? Okay, with that, we will adjourn or recess, I should say, for lunch. We will be back at 1 o'clock for our regular meeting.
Sorry we went long. Thanks for the extra time.
The advice from the experts was everything's still in force until it's not.
Push button.
You. And it is 1 o'clock. I will call the meeting to order. Let the record show all three commissioners are present, and we will start with our opening pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion we approve the business agenda with one add-on under new business, which is a proclamation declaring May 16th through 22nd of 2021 as National Emergency Medical Services Week throughout Klickitat County.
Okay. Second. I have a motion and a second on the business agenda with the With the one add-on, any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the commissioners' meeting minutes from April 27th, 2021 as presented.
Second. Okay, motion is second on the April 27th minutes. Any discussion on those? Thank you. Good job, baby. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed. Which now brings us to citizen comment. This opportunity for folks to share their comments with the Board of Commissioners. Please limit your comments to 7 minutes or less per individual. I do have one person in chambers. I will inquire if they're interested in citizen comment.
Not at this time.
Not at this time. Is there anybody online or on the phone that wishes to make citizen comments? Please unmute yourself or raise your hand. It's *6 if you're on the phone.
7211.
7211. Go ahead, please.
Yes, this is Debbie Wagner, 303 Fish Hatchery Road. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Commissioner Sauter and Anderson, one thing I do agree with that, what Anderson boasted at last week's solar meeting, that we really do not know what we are doing. If you read your own ordinances, number 0033021, number 1.3, 1.4, and 1.5, you will find your answers as to what you should be doing today. This does involve the whole county. Our petition should not be denied. You are wrong. Peace always strives to include all people that are in our county. So therefore, we stand for the whole county, as you should do without a doubt in your positions. If you do not want to do your job, step down and let someone else do it. If you zone in on 2 issues today and making your decision, you will find your answer. One is public safety. This includes the farmers leasing their properties and their families also. The other one is proper land use. We need substantial rules against these corporations trying to come in here and annihilate our property and our happy lives. If you continue not to listen to Dan Christopher and your constituents, you are headed for more headaches than you can imagine. For me, Lund Hill is the biggest unregulated mess and certainly does not protect any citizens, including yourself. Step up to the plate and hit a home run for all of us today. The CUP is not the answer, and that is quite clear by reading what has happened at the Under Canvas project. You have lost my trust, both of you. I would like to publicly thank Dan Christopher for everything you have done, including coming to our rally and listening to the citizens. Thank you very much. God help us all with you in charge, Mr. Anderson and Mr. Sauter. Good day.
Thank you, Ms. Wagner. Other citizens that wish to make comments? This is your opportunity. Please unmute yourself or raise your hand. Give us your name and what community you're from.
I'd like to make a comment.
Go ahead.
Rochelle Dimmick, 55 Tucker Hill Road. It's been 14 days since the public hearing where testimonies were heard. We were just hoping to find out from you folks, or you gentlemen, the times or when those testimonies will be available, either online or the Zoom meeting. How the public can get that information or those testimonies available to them. And then we also would like to know when the county is going to start using a countywide email list that notifies the residents who are on it about new energy projects. We'd like to know why that's not being utilized. It seems that there's new energy projects that have entered the county, and we haven't been notified about that. And we'd also like to know, or make a statement that we really feel that the entire county should be under the moratorium, not just those who are connected to the Knight Road substation, because as it was admitted throughout several testimonies, and one of the creators of the ESZ that solar ordinances are not appropriately addressed in the AOZ as well. So that's just my comment today. If you could possibly email me that answer as far as when those testimonies will be available to the public, as it was a public hearing. We feel that the public should have access to those testimonies. Thank you.
We have the clerk has a response.
Pardon?
Meetings are usually posted online the very next meeting, the next morning. And it does take 6 to 8 hours for it to upload to the site. When we complete a commissioners meeting, staff has multiple duties. And usually we don't even get to that. It takes it a while to even save on the computer. And so the morning after is the first time we really have time to get that uploaded. And I would be happy to email you the comments received. They're not posted online. We don't have a mechanism for that. They're available upon request, and I would be happy to get them out to you.
So let me just clarify though, that the public meeting was uploaded the next day it was available. So the reference to 14 days, is it not available now?
It should be there.
Okay.
Okay. We were unable to find a link to that, so we were just hoping to. And we did receive a 250 page testimonies with repeats on it. However, is that all of the testimonies that has been received from the county and all three commissioners? Because it seemed like there were repetitious ones, and Commissioner Christopher had mentioned in a previous email that he had, I think 170 testimonies. So we were just wanting clarification on where those testimonies were and how they'd be available to us.
The testimonies for the public hearing, I believe that time frame was the day that the ordinance was signed, which I believe was 3/30 of 21. And comments were accepted through May, I believe it was 7th, that Friday. That is the time frame. There were others that were included, but when you do a public hearing, it has a time frame when the issue or the public hearing is asking for comments. That is the time frame.
So just for the record, any comments received between March 30th of 21, if that's the correct date, because I
think 30th or the 31st.
No, whatever the day the ordinance was signed for the moratorium, from then until May 7th, when at 5 p.m., those would be included in the
Only the
comments.
comments sent to the BoCC.
What's that?
Only the comments sent to the BoCC, not as each individual.
I tried to go through and pick out anything that was specific to an individual and add them.
And add them to the.
And if you have any that you guys have seen, please forward them to me.
Okay, we are still in citizen comment. Are there other citizens that wish to make comment? This is your opportunity. Sounds like somebody.
Sherry Bousquet.
Okay, Sherry Bousquet, go ahead.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I would like to address the SEPA environmental checklist process that I continue to hear the commissioners talk about during your discussions. Last week, for the reason I believe I heard Commissioner Anderson and Commissioner Stoddard say that why throw the baby out with the bathwater when we have a SEPA environmental checklist process that's been enshrined, and it's a good process, and that we need that SEPA process. And I'd like to educate the citizens, since I've heard somebody say, you know, we learn a lot from our other citizens, and a SEPA stands for State Environmental Protection Act, protection being a key word here. And a SEPA has 16 components of.
Ma'am, I just to make sure, since we're clarifying, SEPA stands for State Environmental Policy Act, not protection.
Okay, well, it
Let's
is.
be accurate when we're giving information.
Okay, good, because I hope you guys have a lot of information to offer our citizens on this process. So as the citizens know, a conditional use permit is asked for when a development is not regulated or zoned, or there's something that this development is not doing in ordinance, it's special. It's a special thing, and they're asking for a special permit to do something that's not zoned. And I'm going to go back to under canvas because the citizens should be aware of how the process works when our commissioners tell us it's a good process. Because I have jumped in deep to try to understand how a SEPA environmental checklist process ran by our county acting as lead agent, making the SEPA determination on whether it has environmental impact or not. How is this working? Well, as we know, well, not everybody, as I found out, you know, under canvas needs a conditional use permit. And I do have a question regarding, does a conditional use permit require a SEPA of non-determination or non-significant, or does it require an EIS if you can't give a determination of non-significance? Because as a citizen, I would think that the SEPA process would say, there's no environmental impact damage, everything's fine, nothing to see here, the development's great, good to go. And then we can give this special permit that says, well, it's not zoned to be here and this and that's wrong with it, but you know, because the SEPA is good and it won't cause any harm. Well, so I'm confused of whether or not the county ordinances or the laws, I'm not sure, require that environmental protection prior to issuing a conditional use permit. But I don't know if the commissioners can answer that, but I have a few minutes left here. So I'd like our citizens to know that during this process with the under canvas SEPA environmental checklist, it's been revealed that this company can only have 5,000 gallons of water, and that if to use a day, and this is a resort. The under canvas acts like they're at a campground, but it's 95 individual units that will require water for showers and toilets and washing their hands, and it will also dump that much septic, sewage, wastewater into our ground. So I kind of bit onto the water thing because according to under canvas's own documents, they say that according to Department of Health water design manual for all the people we're going to have up there, as we remember, it's hundreds of people will be up there. We need 13,020 gallons of water a day at 80% capacity. So as a citizen, I went, well, what's this? So I reached out to our county lead agent, and I was referred to go to Department of Health and ask them why 13,020 gallons was put out there as information when this development is limited to 5,000 gallons a day, and they cannot find another water right. So I went through ups and downs, around the hoops, ins and outs with all these people up to the high state level. And what it came down to, they had a meeting with Under Canvas, and Under Canvas gave them a preliminary water design. Mind you, our county doesn't even know how much water this resort will take. And after meeting with Under Canvas, which was really disappointing because I talked to a water designer who was all, hey, this is wrong. There's no way they can get that many people using, you know, at minimum 35 gallons a day. We're talking 10,000 easy a day. And also they need to get a large on-site sewage design, and that should stop the SEPA right there. You need to call your attorney. You know, they need to do all these processes to ensure that they're not going to harm the environment in the national wild and scenic White Plum-Mountain River. And so this water designer had an appointment. I know I have a couple minutes, had an appointment with Under Canvas, and he came back to me and just said, you know what, yeah, it might be okay, it might not. After the SEPA is approved, then we'll look at the water design and decide if they can do that. So my reason for saying all this to the citizens, when our commissioners tell us to trust the process, I've even been to the top of ecology for Central Washington or whatever this person's name is. And they're supposed to be watching over these SEPAs and making sure that they're done right. And they told me that this permitting and this stuff does not happen until after the SEPA is approved. And that's backwards to me. Why are we even going through a SEPA process to guarantee environmental protection? I don't understand it. If it's all going to be permitted and looked at after the approval, then that's not protecting the environment. And I guess we'll see how Under Canvas rolls out here in June. Will it be approved? Because the next day, then we'll have the CUP hearing. Do they need to have a approved SEPA in order to issue a CUP? I don't know, but it sounds like we do. And so the citizens need to know, when you say trust the process doesn't work. It's evaluated later and people need to look into it. So that's what I have to say to educate the citizens. When you say trust the SEPA process, nothing's looked into until after it's approved. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. We are still in citizen comment. If there is any citizens, this is your opportunity. Unmute yourself, raise your hand, *6 if you're on a phone. Or if anybody in chambers has changed their mind. No.
Seven two one one is it again, and you got a hand up in the audience.
Yes, hand up in the audience.
Oh, yeah, all right. The chairman recognizes you.
Yes, I do. Please give your name and your community, not your address.
Thank you, Commissioners. Dave Barta, Goldendale, Washington. In the original ordinance for the moratorium, was the ordinance passed, or was the resolution passed stating all projects hooking to the Knight Road substation will go through the conditional use process?
Jake's typing, so I'm assuming.
You're gonna check? Okay, I'll go on to my other point. My only question is because I've heard since then it only applies to things outside the EOZ, and if the resolution said CUP for anything hooking to Knight Road substation, and some of it's inside the EOZ, just for a point of clarification. As I recall, Commissioner Sauter saying that after 10 years, I'm sorry, not after 10 years, but after the EOZ, which was put into effect in 2004, I believe, reached 1,000 megawatts of wind power, it was revisited. I would suggest, since the footprint of solar appears to be about 100 times the footprint of windmills, that, and I assume that the original 1,000 megawatt standard was based on simply energy production. But because even though the electricity, a megawatt of wind electricity and a megawatt of solar are the same down the line, they are not the same on the ground where they're created. And I'm saying that based on that. I gave you my comments earlier, which if you want to, you can review my oral comments during the testimony. I would just respectfully request that solar be looked at differently than just a simple megawatt standard when we talk about revisiting the EOZ in the future. I read an email, and I don't know what the status of it is, but I read a response to an email that said that the petition, the signatures gathered by the petition, I think there were 345. I mean, this is a different point, thank you. The 345 people who signed the petition would not count because it was for a county-wide ordinance and not for the one relative to the Knight Road substation hookup solar moratorium. I would just like to request that, in fact, because there was no guidance on a petition given, and I think at the time, even the commissioner, I recall a Zoom meeting where the commissioners were kind of scratching their heads saying, I wonder what people want and think. I would respectfully request that the petition, even if it was originally worded for a moratorium for the county, be accepted into the testimony as something relevant to the testimony. And I guess the last point I would like to make is, last night, as you know, the City of Goldendale was considering solar energy and so on and so forth. Sort of knowing, you know, you all do too, knowing who owns which piece of land everywhere, the potential for the City of Goldendale's growth boundary to be hemmed in by solar while the ground is still in the county is significant. I think immediately south of town, there's an energy company that owns a piece of ground immediately south of town. Maybe hooked to the industrial park, but I can't remember, you know that, I don't. But then there's another piece south of it that I think becomes in play. And I would say, thinking down the road, I expect by the year 2050, when I am long gone, the City of Goldendale's boundaries will have increased significantly outward. And so I guess I would just request that as you think about solar siting, making that sensible and sensitively and sensibly citing solar, that you consider the ramifications it may have even on the City of Goldendale, that municipal area in the future. Okay, it looks like you guys are reading.
Sorry, I was
No,
listening.
right here. We were
Are you
looking
okay?
for
Here, we're trying to answer
your
your question.
comments for hooking to Knight Road, and I don't see anywhere in here where it says Knight Road or the substation. Everything pertains to energy projects using the CUP process.
So I would, in my mind, the earlier resolution said that projects that would connect to Knight Road, that substation would go through a conditional use permit
Yeah,
process.
the original that he came up.
But
with
this
was
did
Knight
not
Road.
supersede that. This had to do with the moratorium on,
So
moratorium
it's-
is a pause on anything that uses a CUP process.
So that includes areas hooking to Knight Road.
That's what I
Thank
would.
you, thank you for, I appreciate your
Right, so
clarification.
that's what, that at least is how I would interpret that.
Thank you. Thank you. I have no further comments.
And
Appreciate
I only
it.
answered your thing because you still had time left.
And
So-
for
That's
the,
okay. Thank you.
the little added clarity,
I didn't touch the table.
Goldendale was talking about ground mounted solar arrays. They were talking about them in a commercial sense, but also in a private residential sense. So they'll be looking at it more, but that's what he was referring to there.
Dave, in answer, the 340 signatures or whatever it is, has been entered into the record, and Lee sent an email to.
Sorry, I gotta come closer. Say it again.
Though the testimony, or the 340 signatures
Petitions, yeah.
was entered into the record,
Okay.
and an email was sent to Greg with Cease about that earlier today or yesterday, correct?
This morning.
This one.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, we are still in citizen comment. If there's anyone that wishes to comment, this is your opportunity. That sounds like someone wishes to make a comment. Please give your name and your community for the record, please.
Greg Wagner, 303 Fish Hatchery, Goldendale, a member of C, Citizens Educated About Solar Energy. Mr. Anderson, you state, trust the process. That is the conditional use process. The CUP has never been used for a solar project. So how do you know it's going to work? It hasn't worked for the small under canvas project. You said if we have solar ordinances, they will just go through FSEC. To date, FSEC has only permitted one project, solar project. You say the CUP makes the solar companies do more studies and have more public comment. If that is the case, then the CUP is just like ordinances and will just force the solar companies to go through FSEC. So your CUP will not keep the process local as you claim. Even if the solar company goes through FSEC, they are required to adhere to local ordinances. This is why we need a solar EOZ and ordinances. Mr. Souter, on November 24th, 2020, I commented at a Tuesday public meeting. I brought to your attention that the EOZ was written for wind and had very limited ordinances in it pertaining to solar and needed updating. You said, this is a timely call. You are correct. I was on that committee for the EOZ, and it was written for wind. And we thought solar would never get here, and it does need to be updated. Last week, you said the EOZ has everything we need for solar. So which statement is true? When you visited Cease at the Hanson's home, you talked for 7 minutes telling us how honest, truthful, and fair you are. Honest, truthful, and fair people do not need to make that statement. Now you will not post all the emails from the solar moratorium public hearings. Cease gathered 354 signatures on our petition, and now you won't allow them into public record. They are relevant to the moratorium. All you need to do is read your own moratorium, as it's been stated previously, 1.3, 1.4, 1.5. It all states it's about the county, not just the projects connecting to the Knight Road substation. You want to control the process and the outcome as you favor solar and work for them, not the citizens. You have said, let me make this clear. I am in favor of wind and solar. So it is obviously you're wanting to work for them. That's why you're trying to control the outcome of all the public hearings. You have spread misinformation by your statements also. You live in the Columbia Gorge Scenic Protected Area. A solar farm will never be built next to your home. That's why you don't care about the thousands of citizens whose lives will be ruined from you allowing solar to be built around their homes. More proof, you just don't care about the citizens in Klickitat County, and you care about solar and the tax money that it'll bring in so you can spend it on yourself. You are a disappointment, Mr. Souter.
All right, thank you for your comments. We still have citizen comment. This is your opportunity to comment to the Board of Commissioners as you see fit for the next 4 more minutes. Anybody else? Anybody else? I guess we only had staff join us, but you're a citizen if you wish to comment to the board. No, not availing yourself. All right. Well, if anybody changes their mind.
Chairman, the question I have is, usually when we're waiting on a decision from us, we don't take testimony on things that are still in front of us.
Yes.
So I want to say thank you for letting everybody give their comments, whether it's still in front of us or not. Yeah, letting people speak their piece and whatever else they're trying to get across.
Well, I will do some other work while we're waiting until 1:30.
Can I ask a quick question, since nobody else is chiming in for the last 2 minutes? I was wondering if the citizens can find out legally what is needed to approve a conditional use permit in the lines of SEPA environmental checklist. Does it need to be approved with a determination of non-significance, or does an EIS need to be in place? What are the SEPA conditions and approvals that are needed for the county to issue a conditional use permit? And I don't know if that's a legal question or if you can tell me right off the bat, but there's something.
Okay, Sherry, I'm going to stop you just a second. We'll get back to that. We did have another citizen. We're still on citizen comment. We got about 2 minutes left if you want to use it.
Mr. Dell?
If you wanted
the
to.
2 minutes?
No, okay. So we'll go back to the earlier, as far as and again, SEPA process, and we have staff here that can guide us, at least guide me a little bit, as far as it is not the CUP that necessarily generates the need for a SEPA. Almost most projects, if they meet the threshold, have to go through a SEPA. In fact, I have one right here in front of me right now from a potential project that is not, it's for a short plat. And there was a SEPA that was required to be done. The checklist has to be filled out. As to the question, I'm not sure as far as the order. Generally, I would imagine the SEPA is at the beginning of the process.
Yes, so this is motion. So SEPA is not a permit.
Right.
It does not approve or deny a project.
Right.
It is a review, so it helps to guide the decision making. So it's a part of the process, but it's not entirely rely upon SEPA to determine whether the underlying zoning or the land use compatibility align with the proposal. That's why we have to go through the public process.
Oh, sorry, you're out of time.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, you can't.
No, my phone has spoken, so it is.
So I think the other thing is that whether it's a conditional use permit, there's lots of different conditional use permits.
Right.
And it is up to the SEPA responsible official to determine if it is if it needs mitigation, if it needs a full environmental impact statement, or it needs nothing. And that is up to the SEPA responsible official.
Based on the information,
Okay,
the applicant fills out the checklist. That is not a permit. It is to provide, at the very least, a base level of information for the SEPA official to determine what is necessary. What, you know, if you can look at the SEPA checklist, it has broad categories covering, you know, water and air and traffic and noise and all those things. And the applicant signs it that these are accurate pieces of information based on that information, but not only that information. And the SEPA checklist is also all the various state agencies, any stakeholder, it's sent out to them for them to comment. The earlier comment about the 5,000 gallons versus the more, that would come out as far as in the, you know, you have to have, you can only have 5,000 gallons on a permit exempt well. If your project is going to require 13,000 gallons, yeah, you're going to have to figure that out as far as, but that's all going to come out in the process. Just because it isn't raised as far as, just because you've said in your thing that you're only going to rely on a 5,000 gallon permit exempt well, and nothing, that doesn't mean, oh, well, you're now grandfathered to do whatever you want, even though we know the stuff from the health department says you got to have 13. You're going to have to address that. Where's that other water coming from, if that's in fact true? If you can't come up with some legal way to have access to that water, your project's not going to get approved at that scale because I only have 5,000. That's just one item. Every single one of those items, all of those questions will have to be answered. We are out of time, and I for one am going to get, excuse me, I'm going to have the last word for a change, and we are past our time. It is time now for our next public meeting, which is a public hearing, a public meeting to consider approval of short plat SPL 2020-20, which is a plat alteration located in the White Salmon vicinity. The applicant is Claire Howe, and we will start with a brief staff review.
This is Denise Lee in the Planning Department. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Short plat alteration number SPL 2021-04 is a proposal to remove the 60-foot easement for future access from Lot 4 of short plat 91-18 on parcel 03-10-2447-0004/00. It's located in the White Salmon vicinity. The administrative review of this short plat alteration has been completed. Signatures have been obtained from the Road, Health, and Planning Departments and the Treasurer's Office. All conditions of preliminary approval have been met. If the board finds that it's in the public's interest to approve the short plat alteration, a motion needs to be granted, be made granting final approval of SPL 2020-20, applicant Claire Howe.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
So you're removing the 60-foot access. Where's the access coming from?
It was created in a previous plat, and it was contingent upon the owner of the previous plat was going to obtain the property to the south, and they were thinking of future development and creating an easement for that future development, but they ended up not buying that land, and therefore the easement is
So they put the easement on their property thinking they're gonna buy all that below, but since they don't want the below, they wanna get rid of the easement, let whoever buys that figure out their own easement.
Yeah.
Is kind of their way of going.
Yeah, and it gave the property to the south of the idea that they had legal access to come from the north.
Right.
And that's not the case.
Right.
So we're clarifying that.
Right, okay.
This
Understand
one's
that.
lot 4. I'm looking at it and trying to figure out which one. It doesn't look like that clear. On 2, on 3. Is it the one to the furthest east?
Yeah, that used to be lot 4, but it's lot 1 of 2020-20. There's only one lot involved of this plat alteration. That easement only involves this lot, but it did have
Only involves the lot 1.
lot 1, yeah.
Which
See that
lot?
60-foot easement that's vacated, that's sort of, yeah. I could show it to you on the map.
Explain,
It's just right through here.
Okay,
This is the only part. that's
They
been
were gonna
vacated.
build the
The
road and
previous
do all
plat,
of that and chose
you
not
know,
to.
had that easement on it. It was part of the plat.
And so
And to
this,
vacate
does
an
this
easement,
30
you
go
have to
over?
do an alteration. No, it drops right there.
So it goes from 60 now down to 30 to these two lots?
Yeah, and in 91, I believe they may have gotten a waiver for that. I'd have to look. I can't remember now.
So with that easement that went to that south parcel,
Yeah,
is that south parcel now not accessible?
it has access from the south, I think it's northwest Country
No,
View Drive.
it's Shadow Lane, so the
Shadow
parcel
Lane.
to the south has an exclusive easement to serve that lot for that one house, and through Shadow Lane.
Okay.
So clarification, the parcel to the south has never had easement access through this easement that we're talking today.
Correct, and then on top of that, the previous landowner actually already have a quick claim deed to eliminate that easement. Way back when, that is a requirement because the easement was created through the plat. They have to go through a plat alteration, otherwise. it
So there's
creates
already a
title.
legal instrument
Yes.
getting rid of it. This is just to clean up the
Yes.
the map.
To alter the
To alter
plat,
the
you have
map.
to do
Okay.
an alteration.
Clarification for anybody else looking so they don't make a mistake and not see it.
Okay, you're talking the big parcel,
Right, I think so.
not the little one to the south.
This,
Because there's Shadow Lane. Shadow Lane is, a small.
It- It's one legal lot. It's two parcel numbers, but it's actually one legal lot.
Okay. And so the only way for the development to occur on that now is up Shadow Lane right by through that house.
Correct.
And Rio Vista won't connect in with there?
No.
They don't have access via
No.
Rio
No,
Vista?
the only access is through Shadow Lane. And those two parcel numbers have that line there is because that's the section line. It's actually one large parcel.
one lot parcel.
Yeah, see, the funny part is on the computer model, it doesn't show the lines on that 60 feet going down, so it was really difficult. I read the thing, it says 60 foot even vacated, but there's no lines on mine.
Oh, on the county website or on the,
Yeah, no,
oh, on
here,
that.
There's no
On
lines.
your
Oh, yeah, no.
Yeah, so if you go look at her, that you could see where the line is.
Oh, I see. It just said here, it actually is running through here to get to this lot.
Like that.
No.
Are you talking about the vicinity
Oh,
map?
got it.
So bring the map up here so like we can explain to what's actually going on, because what we got over the weekend is not what. See, this is being vacated.
Right, see, that doesn't show up.
That
on
doesn't
ours.
show up
Yeah,
at all.
okay.
Oh,
But so, but this is here is too.
No.
It's
no,
just this
just this piece here.
'Cause this is on-
goes to this.
To this,
plat,
Oh,
and this.
this was to go down here that, but there's no
Got it.
is
reason
the
for
only
that.
piece that they're vacating.
yeah, that's not,
Okay.
okay, show over here, so.
No, see ours,
That makes,
it just doesn't show up.
and this meets the
Oh, okay,
hammerhead
it's two
requirement?
lots.
It says it's there. It's, it has an arrow to something that doesn't
I
exist.
believe they did a waiver on that.
Okay, because that's,
That,
there was looking
it's
30
not-
by,
no, we're not establishing that at all.
right.
This was already.
Pre-existing, so it must have met the
Fine.
standard at the time, or they
Or
had
it
a
had a
waiver,
waiver.
or it had a waiver.
But right now,
Okay.
all we're dealing with altering.
You can leave that up here.
Right.
We're either gonna approve it or we're just gonna tear it up, so anyway, either way, it has.
We'll draw the lines on it.
Or,
ourselves.
yeah, here, let me, no, this one has the lines. That's a good thing to know in the future when we scan those and send them. If they're super light on there,
Yeah.
they don't show up. The text was, so it was referring to it in the text, but yeah, there was no visual representation of the. of
I'll
the
keep an eye
easement.
on that. We do this
Yeah.
again. I'll make sure that they have like a dashed line or something a little bit more
Yeah.
identifiable.
Okay, so now that we all understand, I feel much better.
Exactly.
I feel better knowing that I understand, because I thought I understood.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually felt better before, but apparently I was mistaken.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to approve short plat SPL 2020-20, the plat alteration located in the White Sand vicinity with the applicant of Claire Howe.
I will second that motion.
Okay, I have a motion to second on SPL 2020-20, the plat alteration. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed. And this really does say examined and approved this day. So it was examined before it was approved. Or actually, you haven't got this yet. have you?
Yeah, we got
So
it.
we'll go this way and then back.
We'll finish over there. It's backwards day.
Yeah, backwards day. Thank you. Okay, that brings us to our next agenda item, which is unfinished business. This is our public hearing continued, closed to further public comment. Continuing board discussion pursuant to ordinance 033021, a moratorium on commercial industrial solar projects subject to a conditional use permit process. So I promised myself I would be much briefer this week, more succinct. We still don't have written, we did submit a formal opinion request on the idea, at least that I had put out there last week about guidance document covering all those different things. I think that is still under construction at this point. But we are open to a conversation if we want at this time. So I will give my seatmates an opportunity if they wish it, or we can continue it until we get, or we have staff here as well if we have questions that they may or may not be able to answer. Nothing to
Your baby, not mine.
No, it's all our babies.
You got had any ideas over the last week?
No, I don't want to invest too much effort into an approach if it's not, legally possible. As far as I will stand by my earlier that I think we have tools in our arsenal that we are not necessarily formally implementing in a way that people understand. And I still stand by that. I want to explore the idea of a guidance document, a resolution that covers those things that we can do. And then until I really get an understanding of that, I'm fine with us sitting here for another week.
Have you spoken with Q to ask him when he might have that?
He did. I think I did speak with the prosecuting attorney as far as for clarification after he received the notice, so that he kind of understood what we were looking for exactly. I mean, it should be noted as well, there's, trials have restarted. The department is busy. This is an unusual circumstance as far as this isn't boilerplate stuff that happens every week. And so I guess I would ask for another week to see if we get, and we may in the end, this is kind of a gray area, or that we may not get a whole lot of guidance as far as from the prosecutor, and that's what it'll be. As far as ultimately we're the decision makers, and it's us that has to decide what we're gonna do. So, nothing else?
If you want another week, I don't care.
I guess the one thing I would think of is since Q is working on the guidance document or whatever.
Well, he's not actually working on a guidance document.
Or he's working on the legality of the.
Can we accomplish what we want through that mechanism?
I guess the other thing that Mr. Barta brought up was a difference in the megawatts or the size before you have a look-see. And I think when we did the wind power stuff, didn't we have like a cumulative size impacts analysis or something? Dave, you talked to me about it a long time ago.
Come on up so people can hear you.
Are you talking about the 1,000 megawatts?
1,000 megawatts.
Review of the EOZ ordinance?
You can both come up.
Yeah. But wasn't there something else that had you look at it?
Besides just the
sizing or looking at the cumulative impact?
Right, so the county been doing a cumulative impact assessment on wind projects all along.
Okay.
When we started on maybe 2008, I think the last edition was 2011. The issue with wind projects is the bird fatalities, so wind projects have a technical advisory committee following guidance, if you will, a guidance document from the Department of Fish and Wildlife to have a technical advisory committee that monitors, there's a year of fatality monitoring that they oversee, and that's their function, is to look at the study design and hear the data and reports and make sure that's done correctly. But this cumulative impact assessment, and we did it at the eco-region scale because we're looking at population level impacts of turbine fatalities. So, as well as impacts to habitat. So that was quantified in those as well. And it was a pretty good document. It was the reference for that used in both Oregon and Washington for years. I don't know if somebody's updated it since then. There was, like here, there was a hiatus in wind project development, started in 2011. So it may still be the most current thing that's available on the region. But
and have you heard about anything that would be kind of the same for solar around for its impacts?
no, I have not. Solar's a different thing. Wind has that vertical dimension in the spinning blades. So you don't have the impacts that you're really looking at in solar. It's bird and bat fatalities aren't going to be there. It's just going to be it'll be a matter of impact to habitats. How much habitats are you taking out of use for so long? So you could probably do a cumulative impact assessment, maybe at the county scale or the region scale, to take a look at how much habitat's available of specific types and what's going into solar and farmland for that matter, what's coming out.
How much time, effort, and money do you think it would cost to work on something like that?
I need to take a look.
Okay, thank you. You might have something for us by next Tuesday.
Note taken.
Yeah, I think that was a gentle suggestion.
Love supplemental budgets. Yeah. And I believe the county did pay for that. That was an independent work product. So
Yeah, that sounds right. Do you recall, either of you, as far as the 1,000 megawatt threshold that was used in the wind for the update look at, what drove that number? Where did that number come? It was just.
I believe that was part of the
That was the
settlement.
settlement agreement.
That was my recollection as
It was
well.
either 7 years.
Was
but
it-
they-
It was 7 years or 1,000 megawatts, whichever
So
came
the
first.
settlement people that filed suit are the ones that came up with the number? Is that our thinking?
That was a negotiation, I believe, when we were dealing with that
Right.
appeal and litigation. And
Right.
One side or the other came up with a number and it ended up.
And it was agreed to by both sides. And so it was, yeah, it was 1,000 megawatts or 7 years, whichever came first. We actually did it because we hit the 1,000 megawatt before 7 years. And so it was done about 3 years in-ish.
2000.
I hate to give numbers since those are often
Yeah.
quoted to me now, so.
Yeah, I'd have to.
So when I say 3 years, it could have been 4, it might have been
Yeah, it was
2.
2010.
I don't know.
So it was a little more than that.
I'm too old to recollect now, so. Okay.
I guess, moving on to that next part of the discussion of, I mean, this is a moratorium on the things that touch Night Road, which is a small percentage of where solar or other energy projects are gonna go in this county. And if we were to do a programmatic EIS for solar, I've heard it batted around and by multiple different people, about $1 million for all the studies and expenses and everything going into it. Is that, from the two of you, in the ballpark of what you expect it would cost?
I would say a lot of money, hundreds of thousands,
Yeah, I
But
didn't
I'm-
have any idea.
until we get a price on it.
Yeah, I want to say from, the EOZ, and that was a lot of years ago, the county invested, close to that then, as far as not just in one study, but in all the environmental. I seem to recall in some of my old budget books where it was about $1.2 million was invested in the development of the EOZ between the various studies and
Right.
and stuff. So, and again, that's 15-year-old money. So it would be, if we were contemplating a tune-up, with a focus on solar, that's not a complete, like starting from scratch, but it would be significant. I think that's accurate.
So
I'm doing an EIS now for Switzerland, and we're north of $1 million.
Right. Well, that's that's a one project specific.
Clarification, you're saying even if you just add an amendment to the EOZ, it's gonna cost a million. You're gonna have to go through the whole EIS and open the whole thing up to do an amendment.
Because you would have to do a programmatic, you would have to look at the impacts, potential impacts across the whole landscape of the action that you're contemplating taking. And for the decision makers to be able to make an informed decision, they have to have that information if you do it that way.
Okay, so my question is, when in 2010 and 11, when the 1,000 megawatt was hit, and the planning board came back with new recommendations on solar or on windmill setback or whatever, did you redo the EIS?
No, those were minor if they're below a certain threshold, and I, again, will get corrected. If there was a significant.
We did an addendum to the.
Addendum.
To the EOZ, and part of the reason we did a cumulative impact analysis.
Right.
For the avian impacts.
Right.
That was one of the concerns.
Right, and so that was the information that was used to justify the changes that got made from the information that we gathered.
So I guess.
So if you're making anything besides minor tweaks, you really have to reanalyze all the impacts.
Right, and you go in with an estimate as to what it's gonna cost, because you may have a scope in mind for that, but you've got to go through a formal scoping process.
Right.
And people will submit comments, agencies, everybody that wants to weigh in will submit comments. And as you dig through that, there may be matters that you didn't
Didn't think of.
identify
Right.
that need to be investigated, and what's that gonna cost? It's
Yeah,
hard.
there's no way to make it minor changes because there's nothing there.
And SEPA's designed for litigation, so Make it bulletproof.
You might want to factor that in as well, to your cost estimate.
So again, which
Yeah,
is not an overriding consideration to not do something.
Right.
If that's not, I mean, I want to be clear about that, that
And
it's
it
not, but there is, I do expect it has to actually lead to something.
So I guess my thing is that's the cost if we wanted to do a solar ordinance. It's an addendum in essence to our EOZ. I just figure $1 million. What's in front of us though is an area which is project specific because it's an area that ties into a substation outside of the EOZ. And so the EOZ isn't in effect anyways. And that's what we're talking about here, but we have the overarching issue.
I do have a clarification question if I can sneak in.
All right, go ahead.
Would this recommendation document you have only pertain to this development? Or would those recommendations be in play for any solar, say on Hawker Road?
Well, at this point, the guidance, what we're discussing are projects that go through a conditional use.
So pretty much this one then.
Right, yeah, or if there was a project that was outside the EOZ or had a component that was outside the EOZ, it would, we would look to the guidance document.
I was
that
just
helped
trying
guide that,
to,
not the
I guess
overall
I would say
EOZ.
alleviate this same exact scenario a year from now when the next project hits the turnpike. We're gonna be right back to this all over. If it only covers top end. But if that's how it wants to be done, that's.
So would that mean that you are advocating for a full-blown solar ordinance addendum for the whole EOZ? Well, I guess it would be EOZ and basically any project in the county. Because that's what it would take to cover all of that. Because right now we are focused on conditional use permit projects, which at this to date is there is just the one.
See, I don't think you're gonna have the litigation because at any given time, you could just remove the moratorium or the avenue for creating such ordinance and the solar company goes there anyway. So I don't see people using this tool to sue like they use the EOZ to sue, because you could literally, they could lose ground by doing so, but that's just me. My testimony was last week. I was just looking.
This is discussion.
I was just
So
looking for
anything's fair.
clarification.
I'm trying to understand what you said.
Yeah.
There. Like I'm really trying to piece that one through.
The way it is right now, if a solar company comes in, say in the EOZ, and somebody wants to file suit against it, they can, but they don't have a whole lot of room there.
Well, they would have to make a case that some aspect of their application was not followed. Did not follow the current ordinance, or there was.
My point, I guess I would say, and I'm
The
trying.
ordinance itself
I'm
cannot,
trying to
it's
do
already
it
been through legal
Right,
challenges.
that's my point.
It's settled law.
Right, so if they're gonna try to sue you, they're usually trying to stop you from doing something. These people that are gonna sue want us to do something, so I don't think they're gonna sue. That's my point, if you understand that one.
You lost me.
No,
Jamie.
still.
Usually when somebody sues you, they're trying to stop you from building the EOZ. They're trying to stop you from putting it under canvas. They're trying to stop you from putting in the solar panels. If we do nothing, the solar panels go in on Hawker Road. They're not going to sue you because you doing something is actually what they want you to do. And that's create those ordinances. So
But you need to
either way,
understand, there
I
are
don't think the
multiple sides to legal questions.
Right.
You can be sued from
The
other
solar
sides.
company on the $1 million
Exactly.
that they've already invested.
Exactly.
So, and I've used that argument as well. That's why, that was my thinking anyway. So if you're gonna get sued building an ordinance, I don't think it's gonna be from the Greenpeace side. I think it's gonna be from the solar company side that's already invested the money. But anyway, continue.
How long do you think it would take to build a solar ordinance and get through the process?
Multi-years.
Multi-years.
We go through the SEPA process and then go through the planning commission process and then the ultimate decision from the board.
So you're thinking 2-3 years?
That's my guess.
Okay. I'm using this for this discussion because this discussion is, you know, not just here, it's further than this. And so if we want to amend the solar or the EOZ to include an addendum for solar that will of course only cover the area within the EOZ, not the area which wouldn't even do this. It would be a multi-year process and $1 million or so. Now, we also have this area that's attaching to Knight Road that's going to go through the CUP process. And I guess the question to me would be is what benefit if we did, or we could do a solar ordinance that's outside, that's separate from the EOZ. It's just a solar ordinance. If you want to do industrial scale solar anywhere in the county, and that would incorporate this area in. Probably cost about the same amount of money. Probably take the same amount of time. We're looking at 2 years. So in essence, and today we're talking about a moratorium. And this moratorium is for 6 months. I see zero chance of getting through this process within that 6 months. So you're looking 2 years out. I mean, we should just be honest about it, right? The moratorium it's a 2 to 3 year process of a moratorium, not a 6 month moratorium. And I guess the question I have is going through this process, what are we going to get out of it that an EIS isn't going to already, a project specific EIS won't give us the same answers. And that project specific EIS is being paid for by the company, not being paid for by the citizens of Klickitat County. Where's the benefit?
That is essentially the argument standing before us. Is if you think the EIS and the CUP have adequate protections and ordinances in them, there's nothing that needs to be done. If you don't think they do, then you should remedy that, and cost and time shouldn't be a factor. You shouldn't band-aid it with, oh, I think you'll get around to the same answer without actually putting in place the wordage. You're essentially applying a band-aid or a scapegoat to a zoning code that is not adequate. But
again, what is the outcome that we are trying to get to? If we are trying to have a wholesale discussion and make a determination on the policy question of solar projects in Klickitat County, that's not, if the argument, I happen to believe that the EOZ and the conditional use permit process, that's the tools I'm talking about is to address the impacts of solar projects. Environmental, social, all of those things. Well, let me finish. So those tools are available if that's the outcome that we're concerned about. If we're concerned about the policy question of do we want these, what size, what scale, all that stuff, no, they're not adequate to answer that if that's not already a settled question. And that's, I think, what the disconnect is here. People don't trust the process. I do trust the process if the answer I'm trying to get out of the process is what are the impacts to wildlife? Do we have, is there ways, if those are identified, do we have tools to address that in the permitting that we mitigate for that, whether that's adjusting the size and scope, where it goes, corridors, mitigate dollars to do offsite mitigation. That's all, we have those tools right now. If there's impacts as far as traffic and noise and dust and all of these kind of things. We have all kinds of tools to go point by point and address those site specific for any project that comes to this county. But if the question is, I either don't want solar, or I only want solar in certain places, or I only want solar of a certain size in certain places, then no, the process is not set up for that. And it won't work for that. So that's the question, but that's the question before us. What's the problem we're trying to solve? If it's the impacts of site-specific projects, I feel like we have all the tools we need. If it's the other thing, no, we don't, because that's a planning process. It's not a siting process, and we're trying to fit one thing into the other. Certain people are trying to raise issues that can't address.
Right, and I would agree that the tools are there. They're just not where anybody can look at them and read them on a piece of paper, because they're going to be up for, I don't want to say negotiation, but up to the discretion of the official in charge of doing it, and the CUP Board of Adjustments. And I think people are looking for it written on a piece of paper like it is in the EOZ, where it says setback will be blah, 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 blah. That's what they're looking for. I do believe that they could end up with the same number, and maybe even a bigger number, but it could be a lower number, and nobody really knows. And I think that's what they want, is it written on a piece of paper.
Well, I think that's part of what I was trying to address with specific guidance recommendations as to, setback, the list of things we talked about, was to put some numbers, to put some specific recommendations down that as I said before, the ones I'm most concerned about is the Board of Adjustment, that these 5 citizen volunteers are going to have to, and they're going to get inundated with this other stuff that's not necessarily, again, what's the question that's before them? It's not that, we have to approve projects sometimes that I don't like. I don't like that. I don't like you. I don't like what you want to do. But you follow the rules, you're going to get your permit. And if you're trying to get a process that you can deny something because I don't like it,
right?
I can't write legislation or ordinances that'll get to that. And that's the feel I keep getting, whether it's solar or maybe a project that has a bunch of tent camping in the west end of the county. It's you're trying to make something. I don't like this. I don't want it. What can I do to use the process to accomplish that end?
To accomplish your goal.
Right, to accomplish the goal of I don't like that. I don't want that. And that is not what these processes are not set up for that. What we like and don't like is an earlier planning process. And right now we have a policy which we can change if we wish to. I just remind people when I talk about, it's not my personal opinion, it's the adopted policy through a process as to what we want in this county. And it was, as far as the direction in that, there were detractors, there were some, it's not tolerate renewable energy, it is encourage. That's, I am just trying to faithfully execute that, whether maybe I hate solar personally, who knows, it doesn't matter. I'm going to do my job and try to implement the policy.
Okay.
That was fun. I will say that whether you're writing it on a piece of paper as an ordinance or writing it as a recommendation, the fact that it's written is better than not having anything written, which is where I think we are now.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing but we cannot set forth a policy or a recommendation saying, it would be easy if I could go, yep, setback's 1,500 feet, deal with it. But I can't do that.
Right.
Because I'm in essence taking away someone's rights to do something with their property. And there's a due process for that, right?
Right.
You have to have a hearing on that. You have to prove that. And I'm sure Q will step in and tell me I'm wrong if I'm wrong. But you can't do that. And like with the wind turbines, the setback was about safety.
Right.
Okay. That's where you find your setbacks, whether it's fire, you know, and why you need 5 foot side. It's about safety. Okay. So you have to, in order like to set those setbacks for solar, you have to be able to tie that into something that you have teeth into. And I think going through the EIS process for a solar project where people comment at the scoping phase, you're going to give your comments, just like people gave all their comments on the moratorium. And then the solar company, it's on their dime to respond to those comments. That then goes in front of the CUP for the Board of Adjustment, and then the Board of Adjustment, bless their souls, have to make the decision. Where is that based on safety, site, security, and all that? And you know what? Because of the process, I have to trust that those people are going to make that decision. And that they're going to weigh, because we're talking site specific in this instance. With this project out here, this is site specific in an area that has more likely more homes than elsewhere in the county. If we're, you know, where most solar likely will go out there. So it has, all I see it truly doing is it adds a little bit, it adds more in terms of the social aspect, which will definitely be a comment, I'm sure, in the EIS process. And they'll have to do a whole bunch more studies in order to address that. And I think the solar company said, you know, they can do modeling, they can do the visual, they have a program that does all that will answer those questions. And if, you know, the Board of Adjustment says, well, here's the view, we don't think this looks right. This gets to the harm stage. This isn't the right, this is the harm stage. Well, then they're going to have to revamp that project. But I have an issue is when people are saying, I don't trust the process. But we haven't even done the process.
Started the process.
We haven't even started the process. What we're trying, and as what people are trying to do currently is front run the process. Kind of like the under canvas. People are saying if the process doesn't work. Well, the process isn't through. How can you say it doesn't work if you haven't went through the process?
Because the process usually doesn't work for that.
Well, the process doesn't work if you have a predetermined outcome that you
no
or yes.
Yeah,
It
right.
doesn't. There is no process. It's going to be
in there.
right. That's when we say trust the process. That's what it is. You are supposed to. If you have already decided based on incomplete information that something's no, then yeah, there is no guarantee that the process is going to deliver that outcome. That doesn't mean the process is
Like I
broken
said,
and it doesn't
like
work.
the idea on this, that at least there will be something in writing, but that doesn't help us once we scooch back inside the EOZ. But you know, this is kind of, we're beating this horse. He's bleeding pretty severely at this point. I guess the answer on the table is, are we postponing this until we hear from Q? That was the answer a half hour ago, but I think it's still, or the question.
Right, the question.
It's still the question. I don't see what other avenue this board is going at this point, other than wait for Q and go with a recommendation document, so there's no sense beating the horse.
But again, if we can't set the numbers without going through its own public process, we as commissioners can say we would like to see this, but we can't set anything
right
down as law without going through the full process.
Right.
And it would need a SEPA, correct, Mochi?
Yes.
That's just where we're at.
Even we have to follow SEPA.
That's correct, gentlemen. I think a lot of the conversations got lost here on the notion of guidelines. You can set out, you know, the priorities and policies, but if you're looking for a document that sets setbacks and actually gets into the gritty details, That's not going to work. You have to do that through the amendment, through the ordinance and the few environmental process. A guidance document that's used to set out some broad brushstrokes of ideas that could be incorporated without the force of law and without any creating any vested rights or expectations. You can always do that. You have guidebooks, you have guidelines for new residents when they move into a country setting that's available on the website. There's different things like that. You lay out different expectations people have, but it would not have the force of law. We would have to strenuously point out it does not create any vested rights or expectations. If you want to go down the path of concrete proposal to basically bypass the discretion of the responsible official to apply the Environmental Policy Act on a case-by-case basis, depending on the permit application or the agency action before them, you got to do it through ordinance, and you have to have good reasons. The setbacks in the EOZ that apply to the wind, there was documentation as to the legitimate safety concerns. These things are tall. When they fall over, you don't want them falling on the neighbor's property or hitting a road. You have to have relatively compelling reasons to deprive people of the ability to use the property as they see fit to withstand judicial scrutiny. The middle ground that I'm sure many members of the board, if not all the board, would love to have, it really is a cake and eat it too situation, and you know what they say about that. So it really is trust the implementation of the State Environmental Policy Act through the training experience of the local responsible official. If we are the lead agency in making that SEPA determination, that's how it works. We have some of the most restrictive environmental laws in the entire state, if not the world. And so that's how this is set up, to be a case-by-case analysis based on the specific agency action that's before the responsible official. To bypass that, I just, it's not going to hold up. I mean, I can, weak is optimistic for anything in writing, but at the same time, it might be very short. I don't think so. And I can formalize that in a writing if you please. But, again, a short analysis gets the results that you might be hearing. But nonetheless, there really isn't much middle ground here. If you want to make specific regulations that apply to solar, you need to consider opening up the EOZ and doing the documentations, the years-long process and reviews, and coming up with supportable, justifiable reasons for implementation of those conditions that deprive people from the use of their property.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. I think you just made your recommendation, at least to me, what I heard. So I'm always trying to find a middle ground, and it's just not possible. It's one or the other.
I was gonna say, it sounds like the broad brushstrokes. I mean, what would that even really accomplish?
Nothing. So we are back to the question in front of us is, do we continue the moratorium so that we can develop solar ordinances through a full process, or do we trust the site-specific, SEPA, and if determined, EIS to do it? So that's what
we forgot our own. Do we trust our own zoning law or our zoning code?
What do you mean?
Yeah. Well, I think it was in our own moratorium statement that our CUP process didn't have the guidelines in it. Let me have to read it again.
Yes.
No, you also said project specific. I just wanted to note that they do need to do a cumulative impact assessment as part of the project. So it'd be all known projects they'd have to look at other solar projects and then explain the cumulative impacts of it, and then the other.
And that's part of the EIS.
That's part of it.
I was wrong. My statement wasn't concerning the moratorium. It stated in the EOZ that the CUP process does not have existing zoning ordinances to specifically address energy development. So it wasn't in that, it was in that. So it doesn't pertain to that. Well, like I said, there's just either way, there's no good answer.
There's no good answer.
And if you give 100-foot setback, a rancher's gonna be pissed because he doesn't get to make money on that 100 feet of land. And the landowner's gonna be pissed because now he's looking at solar panels the rest of his life. So that comes down to the policy decision in the past policy and the current policy and the 20-year policy of this county. Not a site specific. I would be curious though, if the board has entertained the idea of when is enough. What is the board's, does the board want to have a policy on when is enough in the Klickitat County or in the Goldendale Centerville Valley? How many acres is enough before that there might be discussion to say, okay, we've had enough, we don't need any more. Is anybody willing to have that discussion or cross that bridge when we get there? Because I've been asked.
No, I mean,
question,
I would be willing, because I've said that before, is I'm not saying I have a limitless appetite. I am trying to faithfully implement the policy direction of this county, the direction that we're supposed to be going. That doesn't mean for all time, for all eternity. I've said that. I don't think it makes sense to have wall-to-wall solar panels or wall-to-wall wind farms. So yeah, I think any reasonable person should stop periodically and evaluate and see how is this working, how is it not? Are we kind of at our threshold? I know our threshold is not 0. And that's kind of where we're
reevaluating every so often. I guess I'll ask you a hypothetical question. Do you know of any projects in the valley that don't pertain to up there or over in Hoctor that are still rumoring?
No.
That are credible.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We might want to reevaluate after those two.
Yeah, I think that
See what they look like, see what the taste of the community is, because I can tell you what the taste of the community is now.
years ago, someone was asking about the line that runs from the southwest corner of town down over toward the Dalles. There's a power line, there's a little power substation. Someone was looking at that earlier on, but
Are you talking Hernandez down on Centerville Highway, that property that
I
he
think
was
it's called
running?
a Chenoweth line.
No, it's the transmission
The
line that
transmission
goes
line.
from here to the Dalles, runs out across
the Centerville Valley.
Yeah.
Well, really more further south, further west.
And
It crosses at like on west of Warwick,
Right.
clear down there. I'm not sure
So
where.
is this a
it-
big transformer, or is this just?
No, it's a
power
pole line, but
Okay, so
it's,
that's over by my house.
Yeah.
but it's, yeah.
That's literally running through the switchbacks next to the other DNR property that they sent
Yeah.
for a CPO deal.
And subsequent to that, DNR did put some property out within the area that those folks were looking at. Nobody bid on it.
Oh, that must be that.
whole road area?
Yeah, so if
It's
there
a
was
horrible
someone
place
actively
for
looking,
solar,
they would have gotten something, I would imagine.
That's probably where the BPA right of way is that they should have put that.
Yes, it is. It is. That was our preferred alternative. Okay.
It said beating a dead horse. I don't know that we're gonna be unanimous, but we do need to move on.
Well, I guess that's my question I would have for the board. Do the board members feel like they are prepared to make a decision one way or the other today, right now?
Oh, what other information are we gonna ask? Okay. So that's why I was asking the information about, you know, what I brought up earlier with regards to what we looked at with wind.
I can bring that back to you next week, but I don't know
But again, that's not going to change the fact that we put a moratorium on, in essence, this area for the reason, and as I stated at the beginning, and I voted no against the moratorium, it was because I firmly believe that the process, the EIS process, will eventually get the right answer.
I think
And the
there's,
CUP, okay?
there's two issues that people are tending to put into one. And that's number one, the issue on protections and setbacks and whatever else. And the other one is the policy decision on yes or no on solar. And they're trying to squeeze those into one.
And you can't.
Into one
You can't.
block. And it, yeah.
Okay, and you can't. Now, with that being said on, you know, the question, and I voted no because I believe that the EIS process will, in the end, work out for the people that live out there. They will have their say, they will be able to comment. Those who disagree with the EIS, because I'm looking at you saying, I hope that you would issue an EIS, because if you don't, I will personally appeal it. The MDNS. That process, and then somebody may appeal the EIS, and then so it'll go into a settlement.
Somebody will appeal the CUP too.
And somebody could appeal the CUP, and that is how the process is designed to work, with both the legislative and judicial processes working together. And by going through that process, most of that cost is going to be on the applicant, the people who want to do something. Won't be the county. That'll be on the applicant. And by the time one of those gets through, a controversial solar project gets through, well, then that to me is when we would have the conversation, I feel, on a full solar ordinance that covers the entire county. Because we've taken a lot of testimony, but that's on one thing. That was on the moratorium. That wasn't on, you know, what should the setbacks be. Through the settlement process, the appeal process, all that goes through with a controversial solar project, that'll probably give us a pretty good idea where the setback should be, how it all work out. Might save us a little bit of money on if we decide to do it.
Get it? I just wish we were experimenting in a different area.
Well, it was done in a different area, and you looked at, you know, the Lund Hill, right? There weren't many comments on that EIS scoping, right? Because it wasn't super controversial. Most people can't even make it out there when they try to drive their motorcycle. I mean, it's a long ways out there. And so I don't want to box in and try to say, like, I'm not in favor. Somebody brought up, we need to put a moratorium over the entire county. I'm not in favor of that. But that goes against the established policies.
Well, and the policy, I think, is also can be different for different sections of the county. You look at the people of Bickleton, they're 100% in favor of it. If you tried to put one in Houston, they'd be 100% opposed. Well, maybe not 100, but location is everything. Same deal. If you were talking about this project up on the windmill, top of the windmill hill up there, surrounded by pump storage, nobody cared. Well, 4 people would care. Location matters. And we set policy where we allow location to happen. Well, we can change existing policy set by us by a previous board.
Yeah, we can change the policy. We just can't change the regulation without a public process.
Right.
That policy is informed from the adopted ordinances that we have. They are not in conflict with each other. If we have an ordinance that promotes a certain thing, and we have a policy that it's at odds with it, that doesn't make any sense. One of them has to be different. And that's a public process. So yeah.
Well, I'm going to say, let's push this off another week. Let Mr. McClure come back with his information and let my brain unwind.
Yeah. Yeah, I would support that. Are you okay with that?
I mean,
I don't know that anything's gonna
It's not
change,
changing.
but, I mean, all you're gonna come back with is what the idea of the cost of something, and I think we all, that's not, shouldn't be a
It's more
factor.
of letting my brain unwind.
Percolate, okay, I think that's
Because you're
good.
eventually gonna wanna vote.
We're eventually gonna wanna vote on this, and, because I think
If you
everybody
voted today,
deserves
it
some
might be different
closure.
than what my vote would be if my brain unwinds.
Right, okay.
Up to you.
Well, I'm going to, no, I will, as the chair, I will wield my vast powers, and I will continue this over till next Tuesday at a time to be determined by the clerk,
And I want.
probably in the afternoon.
I'd like to point out that we're still in the moratorium time. Waiting a week does absolutely nothing.
Right.
I know some people get upset over it.
The clock is still running.
But you're still in that 6 month, and we've held a public hearing, and now we're doing our due diligence.
Right.
It probably would be good to have that written down by Q for our deliberation, or, that we can or cannot do, set guidelines.
Right. Okay, well, this matter is continued over. We will move on to our next agenda item. Thank you all.
Thanks, guys.
And thank you for
Hey,
coming, Dave.
One
Both
thing,
days.
Both days.
All three, in fact.
before I forget, I made a note as I watched our spectator villages.
Yeah.
Mr. Technology in the new building, can we look into like they do in the court chambers where they have hearing impaired headphones
We will have hearing impaired here.
for people that are like this?
That will, so in the audio visual,
Package comes with a set of 6 headphones or something.
yeah, it could, there will be those, and then, it's the last thing I hate, because I hate hearing myself, but there'll also be speakers. Ugh. No,
I was gonna bring that up.
I have no problem talking loud if I really need to.
Yeah, if I need to,
would rather
I usually
not
can project if I need
speakers.
to. All right,
Good enough.
all right.
That's
We're
there.
putting this on the shelf. Consent. Anybody have any issues?
I don't, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah,
I'm
just. a
sorry,
minute.
did you have any questions about the memo to the treasurer and the assessor regarding that waiver of that 3-year deadline?
No, I mean, it seemed like it made sense to me as far as that, we made a mistake, it seems like, and now we're fixing it. So that's what you do.
That letter for the city of White Salmon, that's not on the consent. We're bringing that up under board pending, or?
That, it's usually just noted, you're welcome to bring it up during board
I
pending.
think it's in.
Yeah, we need to talk about it.
Okay, well, let's do consent first then.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to approve the consent with 10 items.
I would second that motion.
I have a motion and a second on the consent agenda. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passed. Now,
Mr.
yes, go ahead.
Chairman, I would make a motion to approve pay estimate number 13 to Kirby Nagelhouse Construction Company in the amount of $2,447,491.98, excluding retainage in the amount of $122,374.60, and including 7.5% sales tax in the amount of $183,561.90, for a payment amount of $2,508,679.28 for the county services building project contract number C03120.
Okay with paying the bill?
Oh, I didn't hear it. Can you repeat that? I would second that motion.
A motion is second on the pay estimate to Kirby Nagelhout. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Because I
Motion
was
passed.
joking, I'll do the next one. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we accept pay estimate number 1 to Lee Contractors LLC in the amount of $31,700, excluding retainage in the amount of $1,585 and including 7.5% sales tax in the amount of $2,377.50 for the payment amount of $32,492.50 for the Klickitat County Courthouse Entrance Improvement Project contract number C06821.
Yeah, motion and a second on the pay estimate to lead construction. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed.
You gonna do the Bobby?
What's that? Yeah, let's hear.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the accounts payable warrants in the amount of $0 and the payroll benefit warrants in the amount of $3,009,228.27 for the date ending May 17th, 2021.
Second. Yeah, I have a motion and a second to pay the bills. Any discussion on those? There being none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed. I'm gonna go ahead and get the new business proclamation. Let's get that wrapped up. I see the treasurer's on deck and the,
So we didn't have this and I thought it was important, so I reached out to Lee earlier in the week and had her.
yeah, that's
get it
cool.
going.
What do you wanna, since you were the, if you wish to, I know, but we can.
No, I just wanted to let you know where it came from.
Okay. Let's see. It's in one of these. I shall just read it off here, although the blue card's got, but it's kind of a nice, I always liked it.
Should have been prepared and just had it.
Yeah.
It was very odd, wasn't
Was it not posted?
I don't think it's.
I know I saw it though.
It was an add-on, so it was emailed to you.
Oh, that's where I saw it. Say, I know I saw it.
I don't read your emails.
Well, I'll go back to
I'm
posting them on,
No, you're fine.
you're good about reading emails.
Dated Friday, May the 14th at 2:32.
It was that far back. Oh, yeah, there it is.
Well, because I sent it to her on Thursday.
Okay.
Because I wasn't sure she needed to stick it in the packet by Thursday, so.
Okay. So this is a proclamation before the Board of County Commissioners, Klickitat County. This is National EMS Week proclamation. Whereas May 16th to the 22nd, 2021 is the 46th annual National Emergency Medical Services Week, and whereas emergency medical services are a vital public service and the entire EMS workforce plays a critical role in the health and safety of our citizens in Klickitat County, and whereas the members of the emergency medical services team are ready to provide life-saving care to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and whereas access to quality emergency care dramatically improves the survival and recovery rate of those who experience sudden illness or injury, and whereas the emergency medical services system consists of emergency physicians, emergency nurses, emergency medical technicians, paramedics, firefighters, educators, administrators, and others, and whereas the members of the emergency medical services teams, whether career or volunteer, engage in thousands of hours of specialized training and continuing education to enhance their life-saving skills, and whereas it is appropriate to recognize the value and the accomplishments of emergency medical services providers by designating Emergency Medical Services Week. Now, therefore, we, the Board of County Commissioners, do hereby proclaim May 16th through the 22nd, 2021 as National Emergency Medical Services Week throughout Klickitat County, and encourage all of our citizens to recognize our EMS practitioners for the significant impact they have made and continue to make in safeguarding the health, safety, and well-being of Klickitat County citizens. Board of County Commissioners. So I would certainly entertain a motion adopting this proclamation.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second, adopting the National EMS Week proclamation. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, thanks for bringing that up. Okay, Finance Committee update, Treasurer's report. Mr. Treasurer, good to see you again.
Good to see you all as well.
Okay. Pretty short. I did bring some handouts, actually.
Thank you.
Yep.
If we keep adding data, we're gonna run out of colors.
Yeah, true story. So, Finance Committee meeting was Friday, 5:14.
Good time was had by all.
A good time was had by all, exactly. Good discussion. I had presented last year during the COVID, we had started some reports that we were running for cash flow purposes, which were looking at the budget to expenses and revenues so we could try to figure out where we were going to be on gains and losses. So I presented those. I did not hand those out because Jen has presented some really essentially the same information. So we went through that in the Finance Committee. We took those out. And so I only handed you what is the cash balances year over year over year. So from 2015 to current, that is just the cash balance by month. We kept that in there. We'll see if that becomes useful. We probably wouldn't do it every month. We might do it every quarter. So I presented it to you guys today. And it is very interesting to kind of look at some of the trends. We do need to look, some of the funds do have dollars in them that looks higher because they maybe have gotten the landfill apportionment in the first payment back in January that maybe they haven't spent as we're coming out of the COVID. So things are loosening up. So it's just, again, I think this is information that will complement what Jen's putting together. The current year cash number on that graph is on her graph. So anyway, so we did spend some time talking about those reports and we are going to disband some of them because they are on the dashboard. We then talked about, I'm going to skip on my list here to the next one. We talked about the dashboard reports. We went through them. We thought that they were very good. The information was helpful. Jen updated you guys this morning on that. I wasn't going to go into any greater detail unless there was any questions. We then talked about the historical landfill revenue allocation that Jen presented, which I believe she presented this morning. On my notes, the thing that I have, and Dave brought it up, I did hear that part of it. I got cut out of the call before Jen had finished this morning, so I didn't get logged back on. But we did talk about
kicked out.
Yeah, I couldn't. My computer froze up, so I was done.
Good
No, I
job,
don't think
Lee.
kicked out. I think you had too many spreadsheets open at the same time. I was working on some annual report stuff, and never I would.
We haven't got our signals quite down yet. Sorry.
Exactly. But we came up, we talked, Dave brought it up, the lawn safety and the buckets that were in there. We talked about road. I think economic development's one of the categories, and there's a large portion of it that's road, so on and so forth. So I think you guys talked about that, and we covered that. Let's see. Jen covered the what's it called again? Not American Rescue Plan. I know, see, that's going to give me trouble. And
come on
so,
in, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's nice in here.
We did have a little bit of discussion on the dollars. As I brought up in the conversation, some counties are building new funds, separate funds to keep track of that. We did have a discussion around whether that would be a benefit to us or not. We ultimately got back to the point we think that putting it in 125, which we're doing now, and using bars numbers to keep track of the ins and the outs is going to be, we can track it. It's going to take the group, the auditor, fiscal, and the treasurer, but I think we thought that that was a good solution.
We briefly spoke about the finance workshop on Thursday. Brenda's going to talk about the annual report. Brenda brought up that she's working on a contract extension for Teresa, which she will bring in. The finance committee does recommend to the board that is something we want to pursue. I did bring up, and I will bring the resolution to the next meeting. As you just signed, we think that the $1.5 million loan for the building from a cash flow perspective is not going to be enough. So we are going to amend that to 3 million. Well, it's as we're
really
rolling.
timely.
Yes. So I will bring a resolution next week. Can I have that?
Yeah.
No, that's.
Never mind.
We're gonna be, but
Great
yes.
things, we're gonna be fine.
Yes, we're gonna be okay for a week, but we definitely think we might have been a little too thin on because we had been going at about 1.3 to 4 to 5, and Gordy thought we might get to maybe just about 2, and so we decided that this is a good thing, we better up it. So we're going to do that. So next week I'll bring you a resolution to make that amount $3 million, and we'll just amend the current resolution that's out there. And then the next
Just for the
finance-
record, it's our own, we're loaning ourselves. You know.
It's at the LGIP, so we would pay the 11 basis points average.
To ourselves.
To ourselves.
To ourselves, yeah.
It sounds like too much.
You want to negotiate a better
I think
rate?
we should negotiate.
You can't, well, you'd have to negotiate with the state auditor probably, so. And then,
I don't know which side he's negotiating.
I don't either. You want to? Sure, we could double it. I don't care. We're getting it.
the next finance committee meeting is obviously the fourth Friday in May. I don't have it written down, I guess. Then in the treasurer's office, we have a couple of things coming up that I wanted to just make you guys aware of. Tomorrow we will have the surplus auction will start for the sheriff's sale or the sheriff's house that is in Lyle. That is tomorrow. We currently have, I want to say 13 or 14 listed bidders, and we've had almost 1,000 to 1,200 hits on the website, I think, as they click it, but that could be the same people over and over, but it is definitely
3 of those
getting
are mine,
activity.
so.
That's fine.
You can't be a registered
Oh, no, he's not a registered bidder. He can look at it as
I can
much as he
look
wants.
at it.
So anyway, so hopefully, and again, we're hoping we've lowered the amount, and we've put the title report is out there on the website as well. And I had talked to Brandy at the PUD, and we've, there's the things that people were not bidding for before, we've ferreted out. They're not existent. And so, I mean, we're comfortable. So I'm hopeful that it's going to go for above the first price, but we'll see how that goes. The other thing that we have is I have reached out to Pat at the city of White Salmon. So he and I are working on trying to get the term sheet and the resolution put together to deal with that other tax title piece of property. At that point in time, once we get that resolved, and we're trying to do that, we're kind of thinking by the end of June, we'll try to get all that stuff put together. We think before that, but that was a time we kind of thought we could do it. And so that will be, we'll have 0 tax title property other than what we now believe is a new tax title piece, which is the mill site, which is a whole other discussion in that, but we will have eliminated all of that. As of Friday, tax collections, because, the 30th, and by the time mail gets here and everything, I'm just giving you an updated number. We are at about 57.9% for the year, which is about normal. We're usually at 55 or better. So we're seeing our collection rate to be where it has been. And so that's good for our cash flows and for our junior districts because they're getting their tax dollars. And then the last piece, I am working as well as Brenda is on the annual report, working on the new Schedule 6 and the reconciliation and the investment note. So that's our kind of our main push here right at the very end of the month. That is all I have.
What's the deadline? Where are we at?
I think it's May 30th or whatever over that weekend.
We're gonna make it.
We'll make it.
Yeah, that's the only option.
Well, the other option is get a finding.
Well, no, I think we better make it.
We'll make
Yeah.
it. We'll make it.
Yeah.
Do we have plans of doing a county surplus auction this year?
So that's a good question. Somebody else had asked me that. So we did have plans of doing that. That's our next step. I really didn't have plans of spending this much time trying to get rid of this other sheriff's property that we have, to be perfectly honest with you. So we have reached out to a company called Public Surplus, which is it's the entity that, or the outfit that the PUD uses for their auctions. So we're hoping to possibly do something over that to try to work on getting rid of some things. When I got here, we hadn't had one for a long time, and we were trying to get to a schedule of having them, and they're kind of such a cumbersome process. And so yes, we have I went to Pig Pre-Show the other day and showed up and looked out there. I hate driving to the fairgrounds because you see all the cars out there. You're like, oh, we need to have a public surplus auction. So yeah, it takes some time though.
Especially used stuff has gone up in value.
Actually, that is a true statement.
You say you probably get 30 grand for the little pickup.
So, but we are looking to change that from the way we did it with even as coming out of the COVID. We really would like to try the public surplus online auction to where people would be actively bidding against themselves and you would be able to see it. And for no
themselves, that's not.
Well, not against themselves, but against each other, I guess. I guess they could bid against themselves if they would like. I mean, that would be great.
I think I've raised my own bid.
Call that a donation, I guess.
Find out it works well, because like the I don't know, auction over at the Dalles, it's like in person and online, and I swear to God, online makes more money. They just go crazy and bidding on stupid things.
Well, and I think if we can get the online working, I think the online will help us to try to have more, because I don't think right now we're trying to deal with just a mass amount of, like I know we've worked with Lee and I think we've done one or two together. And it's like, you got to start and get all these pieces. Whereas maybe we could, as things get surplus, maybe we could try to get them through and maybe do more smaller pieces where we don't have to have all hands on deck. That's been the thing with this that has been nice with going to the online for these surplus tax title auctions. For my office, when we were to have one of those auctions, we all had to help and everybody was doing a role. Whereas this has taken that to where we have one or two people that are monitoring the auction or dealing with that, but everybody else is helping people. It's not an impedance to normal everyday work. So I'm hoping that if we look at that, but yes, we have reached out to Public Surplus and we have talked to them and we just haven't gotten a contract, but we would need to get a contract, bring it down here, and then we would need to start the process. But yes.
We're talking for everything from vehicles to old computers, old furniture.
Computers, we've gotten down.
Brass from the gun range.
Most computers, brass from the gun range, yeah, it would have to go to it'd have to be as designated as surplus through a resolution to the board, and then we deal with that. So we deal, like, I know there's cars, it seems like after we do an auction, it's always depressing because then the next week there's always a resolution of a new surplus car. This car just keeps going. But yeah, but I saw that and I see that we need to do that. I can tell every time when I park that there's maybe another senior services van, and it would be nice to get rid of some of those. So no, we do need to, and I think that was kind of a thought, we'd kind of work on that, but we have kind of been working on trying to get this other sheriff's place.
And the reason why out, because I talked to Jeff Hunter early on in my time here about getting that brass at the gun range out once a year, getting it out of inventory. So that's kind of why it was the first time I
Gotcha. Has it actually been surplus then? Or?
They dealt with Mr. Prosecutor over there, and it sounds like once somebody leaves it behind, it's considered abandoned and becomes part of our property. So
no, but it hasn't been surplused in the.
No, that's another. I was hoping to get a fall, winter, some kind of a timeline.
Yeah.
And then I would bring it up to Jeff. I forgot to bring it up this morning.
No, that's fine. Yes, seniors, Carter, Sharon sent me a message about it the other day and I haven't responded back to her, but I haven't really talked to my staff about kind of trying to squeeze one in. It would be maybe nice to work over the summer on it, but it takes several months to try to get all the work done. So I mean, at this point in time, I would say it would have to be early winter, but I would like to try to do something online this next time. The bid for assets thing is a little different. There's been some pros and some cons, but it really has went pretty well.
Two of them in here, and you only signed one of them.
Really?
That's bad. I mean, in the stack I can see, but.
So anything else?
No, that answers my question. Thank you, sir.
You think?
That's all you need.
All right.
Perfect. Good deal. It's been a long day.
More oxygen.
Okay.
Thanks, Mr. Treasurer.
Yep, you bet. Thanks, commissioners.
Thank you for getting on that with the city.
Yeah, no, we're working on trying to get that, and Pat and I had a good combo, so we'll get that going.
When is the sheriff's auction?
Tomorrow. Starts tomorrow.
Okay, next up, prosecuting attorney, pending issues update.
General, so we can, are we going into executive? Oh, never mind.
So never mind.
Never mind.
I won't even read that part.
A couple things here. We, trials are starting up again this week. We were scheduled for the trial down in West District Court this morning, White Salmon. The defendant ultimately chose to plead guilty at the last minute. So pled guilty to this, I don't know, talk anyone out of plead guilty. But as charged this morning, took domestic violence charge. We do have felony trials on for tomorrow. I would say 99% likelihood of that going forward. So parking is obviously going to be an issue. I know they're bringing in 30, 40 jurors.
Whole new parking lot.
Yeah, I saw that stripes from my window. We'll see how that works out. Are you guys going to put concrete over there so that minimize the dust for the little lady in a trailer, by the way? Just as an aside.
Eventually it will be paved.
Okay. So a couple of things.
I think there was a house on it last Friday.
Yes.
I know, I watched it. I've heard it.
Nothing's good enough.
Not fast enough.
Not fast enough.
So a couple of things on public records issue requests. We're getting an increasing frequency of some somewhat complicated public records requests coming in multiple departments. Planning is getting quite a few lately. Sheriff's office, my office, we're getting quite a few. Looking at the calendar for next year, it's a county-wide election year with most positions on. I am anticipating, hopefully more like 2018 and 2014. 2014 was a very busy year for public records requests and so forth. The current system we have is at this point, I would say radically decentralized compared, I think, to most of our compatriots in the state. We need to start thinking about moving towards some sort of coordinator or facilitator position. This was funded the last two, actually I take that back. This was a position created in organizational chart. At that time through personnel department has been relabeled as human resources. In fact, there was funding made available for that. There was interviews done. If I recall correctly, I think they graded out at 67, 68, something around that, pretty close to attorney's wages. It was only a few $1,000s difference. And the applications that came in didn't meet the qualifications, and there was a bypass. But there was a lot of discussions at that time about how centralized it should be, given it would be, a truly centralized coordinator position would have the ability to go in the files and conduct searches and conduct audits and so forth. And I think there was, especially some of the electeds objected to the non-department office employee having that kind of discretion and power. But it's pretty clear at this point, we need to make some further improvements in our public records process. We instituted a public records ordinance about 6 years ago that has been largely effective in, I think, dealing on some of the day-to-day stuff. But there's been large turnover of personnel, and then recent training that was put on by my office. We're just not seeing the impact. We're just seeing repeated issues that are just if left really to the we don't know individual departments or electeds not following through and implementing trainings and policies that they're receiving. But we're some of the easy stuff that we're still having widespread use of instant messaging services. We're still having reply all to numerous emails, which create innumerable public records issues. the goal is, of course, transparency. There's nothing to hide, but when you unnecessarily create 100 copies of the same document, that's 100 times that someone has to go through and identify and possible create exemption logs and so forth. For example, a public records request on me or one of my attorneys, I get these reply all messages that have little relevance to me, but now I have to have a staff person that has to go through and index each and every one. It's getting increasingly frustrating. There's lots of software potentials that can facilitate some of the public records issues, but you can't really go down that path without dealing with the personnel issue first. So at that time, there was sustained conversations about suitable placement, whether putting aside the whole discussion whether this is truly a full FTE or not, dedicated solely to public records. If there's a combination of public records and retention specialists guiding departments and offices through the implementation of the Secretary of State's retention schedules, and then it could be easily become full-time. This was a project that's been going on for 2 years. It's frankly been ignored by countless departments that are now asking for additional resources to go through records, anticipating a move that was forecasted years ago. So this is costing taxpayers a lot of money. And so some of that may, I don't know if it's a real solution or not, but it might be moving towards that direction as a point person that can kind of, I think, run roughshod. It's not quite where what's the analogy for dealing with cattle and all that, the riding herd or whatever, shows my experience with that. So it's something equivalent to a position like that. And at the time, there's a lot of discussion.
The closer analogy would have to do with cats.
Herding cats?
Cows are easy
Yeah,
compared to this problem.
Cows are delicious. Although I heard cats not bad, but I don't know.
Makes good chapstick.
Well, it can be like dogs, actually quite good. And so there was a lot of discussion at the time. What you so a lot of discussion on whether it should be placed in HR or commissioners through the board or through the PA's office. And there was a lot of discussion at that time, and I was pretty adamant about I don't want any more staff. And discussing with HR, discussing with different, especially different electeds. There's, I think, and my chief civil deputy that would be largely dealing with this and not me personally. I've come around to the conclusion that I'm here kind of advocating for looking into possible removing that position from the current organizational chart and inserting in mine and looking to fund that before we're trying to fill that position. Since
changed his mind.
Since we're going to be responsible for the training, we want it doesn't make sense for us to spend all this time on the training and oversight, not actually have control.
I like the fact that you'd have oversight.
So I'm sorry, what's that?
I like the fact that you'd have oversight control.
Well, I don't. So yeah, because it invites a lot of consternation. So it's something that I think we need to seriously look at. My understanding is this year's budget has not funded that position under anybody's organizational chart. So to move forward this year, I think we do need somebody in place by next year. It's my recommendation at this point. The filing period is about a year from this week, probably.
Yeah.
We need to have we need to have someone trained by then to deal with some of these issues. These undoubtedly are these
So
county.
would we say we historically, and the reason why we're tying it to election years is that we typically see a significant rise in requests?
I think the auditor's office suffers the most brunt of that, but most definitely, yes. And I think
Just in elections, it's overall.
just back to gathering data to make decisions that are.
it's quite common. I mean, I did it. I sat in the auditor's office for a week, looking through documents at one point when I was a candidate.
We enjoyed your company.
Thank you. I enjoy the results of it.
Well, I can say for the record, I never made one public records request as a candidate ever. No, I really didn't.
No, we've not.
I just went and got it. I didn't have to. Just ask them and they'll give it to you.
And so something, some conversations we had on that. The other, there's no specific ask right now, but I think
we need to probably get HR involved and get the board involved and start thinking about how to move forward on this. If, you know, whenever you're talking about the addition of staff, I mean, it's a six-figure situation when you factor in the benefits and the wage and resources necessary for the training and computers and all that good stuff.
Yeah, but the cost to not do it can easily outweigh that cost of staff.
If there's a potential, you know, there's always the potential there. You know, I think we've done relatively well compared to a lot of jurisdictions, but we, you know, obviously have not escaped attention from, you know, Washington still has a very unusual system that provides a financial incentive for private requesters who could care less about the information. Again, it's not an information statute, but could care less about the records that they're asking for. They're just looking for to trip up. When you have the same request from an individual that goes out to, you know, the over 100 different municipalities and counties, and then they end up suing 10% of that. It's pretty clear what that's about. So you can make a pretty good living doing that. The last, I think the person that we dealt with that I have trusted resources, he gets about $300,000-400,000 a year in settlement. So that's obviously very attractive. Attractive to me. Attractive to you'd be a fool not to find some attractiveness in that. But it's an expense cost on taxpayers. But the hope had been the legislature would possibly rectify some of the excesses when the judiciary applied the regulations of them, but they quickly exempted themselves from the most onerous. And some of the safe grounds of, we don't have time to do that. We don't have the resources to do that. You know, we need to protect people's confidentiality, the exact same factors that play on all levels of government. But so, you know, that didn't happen. So we have the system we have now. The second area I want to talk about is the continue to thank the county for funding through my office $12,000 a year to what is now called the Safe Space Children's Advocacy Center. It was the Columbia Gorge Advocacy Center based on Hood River. They changed the name to Safe Space, which is a much better way of, I think, saying that. So, I think it's the CGACC. So one of the issues that we have been, I've been spending quite a bit of time on the last year upon being reached out, contacted by the state from the State Association of Children's Advocacy Center. Klickitat County was identified as a county without a existing children's advocacy center, which is absolutely true. We had, when I came into office, we had a contract with the advocacy center that was based in Vancouver, who were not very responsive and was considerable distance away. So for about a year, there really were no viable referrals that can be made. So there was folks going, in combination with law enforcement, my office, CPS, there was referrals going to Vancouver, to Portland, to Yakima, Tri-Cities. A couple of evaluations that were done here at an unnamed institution in the county that I think everybody involved quickly surmised should be an experience that's never repeated. Based on the quality of the product that was given and the inability to move forward with the serious allegations that led to the need for the evaluation. So it was identified that there was an advocacy center in Hood River. At that point, they were several years in existence. They were serving Sherman, Gillum, and Hood River counties through an on-site forensic interviewing capabilities combination with the medical. They used to be down on Wasco Street, about a block from the women's shelter there in Hood River. They're now moved up onto the Heights. They've expanded services. They also include the incorporation through us through the $12,000 a year, which only buys 6 guaranteed slots for forensic interviews. The attractiveness of that facility in particular is the on-site medical examination with 2 on-call doctors that donate their time to conduct sexual assault examinations. And so, you know, there's help put on the SANE nurse training that occurred about 4 or 5 years ago. The SANE nurse it's pretty good work, but when you have an actual ND that can do it, it's better for trial purposes. And jurors they like doctors. And so the state reached out saying, hey, why isn't there one? And took a little bit of back and forth. They involved Programs for Peaceful Living, a sub-organization of Washington Gorge Action programs, involved in the conversation, well, why isn't there? And then after some realizations, well, we actually do have a service that we've been referring to people. And that led to another kind of issue with the lack of a viable multidisciplinary team approach to the identification and prosecution of child sexual abuse in the county. We do have protocols that have been in place for over 20 years that have it's been at least 12 years since they've been followed. They envision monthly meetings and so forth. So we've combined that with the statutory responsibility that was placed on me to revise our protocols by July, forget the date, some point in the summer to incorporate the protocols to include standards for the investigation, detection, and prosecution and prevention of online sexual exploitation of children. So we've used that as an opportunity to kind of reinvigorate the NDT. So this is frankly an immense amount of time and effort over the last 6 months. We've had 2 monthly consecutive meetings at this point. We're getting robust participation of the CPS, although that's not their acronym now. Please forgive me. That is, I think, a 5-letter acronym now. The AC. Anyways, everyone still calls them CPS.
Formerly known as CPS.
Correct. So the Programs for Peaceful Living is the community-based advocates been very involved, as well as their umbrella organization, Washington State, the Washington Gorge Action Program, as well as comprehensive health care through the mental health counselors and various other stakeholders, including law enforcement. Levels of participation in law enforcement been up and down, but we're moving forward with that. Part of the revitalization MDT, not only for the obvious purposes, is to do everything we can to identify, prevent, and hold accountable those that abuse children, whether physical abuse or sexual abuse. That's where there's confidential agreements. The purpose is to have forthright discussions with law enforcement, CPS, the counselors, my office, about what are going on with individual families and cases going forward. But the reason I'm bringing that to the table, and there's no specific ask at this point, the safe space is able at this point to take on more business. We Programs for Peaceful Living at this point, because I don't want to deal with the paperwork, is taking the lead on securing some additional grant funding through the state with basically the assistance of the state CAC, the Children's Advocacy Center based in Olympia, about $12,000 to $20,000 additional revenue source. Roughly it's about $2,000 a pop when it comes to the forensic examinations coupled with the medical provider report. I developed our own internal protocols about 4 years ago, in light of the rather limited nature of the contract that we've had with them, in which I basically serve as the gatekeeper for law enforcement, primarily to refer cases to the CAC. So we look to specifically younger children. Teenagers are usually, we do not refer, we rely on the expertise of individual officers. The younger children especially are very difficult, as you can imagine, for everybody involved. We luckily do not have the frequency of these cases for any local law enforcement to be extremely conversant or comfortable with this kind of work. And so, when you only do it once or twice a year, then it's very difficult, especially, usually older gentleman that's been doing law enforcement a while and sitting with a typically young girl to go through some of the most sensitive and difficult aspects of life in general, but especially the life of that particular child.
Can I ask a question? I think I understand. Again, there's not an ask right now,
right,
but our current funding allows basically for 6 of
right,
these a year.
Yeah.
And just so I understand, even though it's disturbing to me,
Correct.
You're saying that is not an adequate number, that the need is greater than, you could have more than
If we
6
loosen the criteria for the
referrals.
evaluation, we would definitely have more than that. Correct.
What age are you normally
We're
cutting
pretty-
them off?
I'm sorry, what's that?
What age are you normally cutting off? You said you don't normally send teens over to that.
10 or 11.
10 or 11.
12 or over are usually not over.
So you're referring up to 6 under 10-year-olds or?
So the referrals, we've actually had one year in which we rolled over some. So, you know, this is not something that happens every day by any means. So right now, the part of reinvigorating and making a viable MTT to serve the statutory purpose of protection of children in the community is that we need to figure out ways to increase the access to the CEC. The original context from the state came with the intention of, well, we can get you $200,000 to get a CEC started in Klickitat County. I think they were using the $150,000 to $200,000 range. And initially programs were pretty enthusiastic about following that path. As Kristen Poole for Programs Peaceful Living and Leslie Norman were for Washington Gorge Actions, which I do appreciate. Sought my counsel, both in my role as the prosecutor and being on the board of directors of the Washington Gorge Action Program, as to my thoughts on proceeding with that. It might not initially, where 200,000 is not even close to what it will take to get a fully fledged functioning CEC in place with the combination of forensic examination and medical examination. It's really the medical examination is pivotal, because instead of conducting a forensic interview wherever space can be found, and then you're sending them to a hospital in Tri-Cities or Vancouver, and then transportation's always an issue with that. The family, the more obstacles you place, unfortunately, a lot of these crimes that get reported often involve interplay with social welfare agencies like the CPS and so forth, that these not highly resourced individuals. And so the more obstacles that are placed, the lower the probability that they follow through. And so there's a desire to increase that access. The Safe Space is taking the position is that we can accommodate the full load from Klickitat County if we can get the additional resources to support an FTE. So we're slowly trying to work towards that goal. We have the $12,000, which they estimate total cost about $70,000, which sounds a little optimistic to me. I'm not privy to their finances. They actually invited me to join their board of directors, but I've declined because I knew we were attempting to negotiate increased access for the time being. But and so the state through programs, they're looking at possibly 12 right now, with maybe an additional 10 available in the next budget cycle. But those are grants that are administered or a reimbursement process that, programs that's they have a lot more expertise and familiarity with. That's pretty much their entire budget is dealing with those kind of grants. For my office, it's a tiny sliver of our birthday witness, and it's a huge pain in the arse. But so to be avoided, the grant administration to me is it's got to be a heck of a grant to justify the administration costs. But so one of the ideas was to start looking at available revenue sources in the consultations with law enforcement. It seems like going to the county and municipalities and approaching about the opportunity to invest in the protection of children in the county would be something that I would find irresistible, and I would hope that everyone else would find irresistible. I hate to be a cynical approach, but at least I'm being honest about it. That's not a specific ask, but I'm kind of greasing the wheels. I talked to a couple of you individually, actually one of you in the past, just based on the years of knowledge about that. So it's something that like that hopefully seriously considered in the next budget preparation, even consideration of how we can find a way to contribute to the full utilization of the CAC, which the combination of law enforcement CPS numbers that we pay would be between about, if the last 10 years are a decent guide, between 28 and 38 individual referrals a year, which they think that can be accomplished upon about the $71,000. So we're already about $12,000 in. We're looking for, hopefully my belief is the cities, we heavily subsidize criminal justice aspects of the cities already, especially Goldendale that pays nothing for the probation services that we provide, a great exposure for ourselves for liability, but also I think $10,000 a year for the utilization of the East District Court and municipal court, which is a tiny fraction of what the cost would be for them to run their own court. So it seems only fair. So we're trying to find out a decent way to apportion and do that. Of course, the city are, there's law enforcement are headed by appointed positions that might not be as comfortable begging for money. So unless it is directly related to their budget, and especially the Goldendale budgets, budgetary constraints with law enforcement, I think are well known at this point. I think Benjamin shares some of those concerns, but and then White Salmon says they're already always constrained. Probably last time I checked, usually the mayor's on, so maybe she can look deeper into that budget, find a way that we can start utilizing this CDC. It makes no sense whatsoever for Washingtonians to expend the tax dollars, the hundreds of thousands of dollars, to try to come up with a service that's available across the river. And that is at this point been utilized by Skamania. And so they've incorporated some of their training also to be sensitive to some of the differences in laws between the two states, especially as to the admissibility of some of the child hearsay statements and so forth. So I know that they would jump at the opportunity to speak to the board further if there was ever an inclination of the board to do so. So those are the two topics. Usually I don't come here talking about money, but those, so I figure might as well combine it, piecing it out over the next month. So something to think about. I will be back in the next month to follow up on possibly, hopefully, implementing some additional revenue streams to get those services available. So for the utilization of the safe space. So there's their placards that were in the lawn last month for the awareness month. So upon the approval. So any questions or anything for me?
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Okay, that's it.
Okay, brings us to board pending. Anybody has any appetite?
We got a draft date set up for us and Skamania to have a meeting.
I'm waiting on them. I did send out an email to their clerk and she said that they have not discussed it as a board.
Okay.
And she would bring it up, and that was a couple of weeks ago, so I'll reach back out to her.
Okay. And then we have the letter of support for the citywide salmon.
There's actually two of them in there now. One is for Columbia Cascade Housing, and the other one is for the City of White Salmon.
I was going to speak to the citywide salmon. Mayor Marla and Pat got in touch with me. They found some significant deficiencies with their Spring Street Reservoir. It's been there since 1938. It's old.
Is this the water line too that's on the Quesapita?
No, so this is, so the idea, and it currently
This
gravity.
is a new problem.
Yeah, this is a new problem. It currently gravity feeds from Buck Creek all the way down to Bailey. And it needs replaced, and if they're gonna have any growth in their system, they need more. It's a 500,000 gallon, and they're gonna need about 1 million gallon tank. They wanna put up on top of Strawberry Mountain.
Tank water.
But they'll have to pump it, you know. But usually when they call, I'm like, so what are you asking from me?
Right, what's the ask?
And what they really want is they're trying to get a direct appropriation out of county.
Out of the what?
Out of the feds.
Okay.
And so I said, oh, well, if you're not asking free
I
for
thought you
money.
said county.
No, they're
for a
looking
second.
for support.
Yeah, they're looking for support at this time.
I have absolutely no problem citing that letter of support.
Okay.
To the senator.
And I will make the same pitch as far as we have, the other one is for the assisted living facility in White Salmon, which is the same thing, was just support. All right.
I have no issues with either. I did read your letter, your homework you gave us last week on the cougar thing. I don't know where you want to go with that, but homework read.
What do you think?
Recommendation? I don't know where you're trying to go, so I don't want to think.
I just sent it for your information.
You do?
I think that'll
Suffice for now?
yeah. Sounds good.
All right.
There was a turkey hunter that was
You heard about that?
quote unquote attacked up.
Supposedly.
Kicked in the face, supposedly.
Kicked it in the face.
He kicked it in the face and then ran back to Yakima or wherever and then called it in and the dogs couldn't find it. And,
Well, he didn't kick it in the face. He then shot it with a shotgun, I thought.
well, he said he shot to try to scare it away, but it didn't say he hit it.
Oh.
This is the sheriff's statement that came out on it.
Good point.
That's true. It's not the same. That's not the same thing.
I was gonna say, I'm sure there's far more to the story, but yeah, the guy didn't even call it in until he got back to Yakima. So who knows how much of that is actually factual.
Okay. I would report, we did have a landfill tour yesterday. Thurston County came, it was staff, it was the solid waste department came. There was five folks that came, spent most of the day here. Or, you know, there, not here, at landfill, where it was well done. I would say Republic did a really good job. I mean, there was like, it shows the importance of the contract. There was
More than
senior
chicken wraps.
administrators.
Was
You
it
know,
still chicken wraps though?
it was still chicken wraps. So, which
They
were
didn't get caviar?
No, it was chicken wraps, chips, and of course the chocolate chip cookies that they always get from the local provider there in Roosevelt. So no, I thought they did an excellent job. I spoke to folks, some as well, but they definitely had senior management and every, pretty much every discipline as far as the, gas and power and everything was there to answer questions. They asked lots of good questions, lots of information. And so that's good. They're just doing their due diligence. I'm assuming from the, they're going to make a recommendation to the Board of Commissioners as far as on the RFP. And so they were gathering information. So that's good. I think we did a really good job of giving them anything that they need to be able to make the right decision, which is, of course, for the contract to stay where it is now. So that's certainly our hope. So we'll see. I would assume they have visits scheduled with the other respondents to the RFP. So we should know something midsummer. That's about all I got to report, I think.
I don't think I have anything to report.
Okay.
Other than, ladies, whoever, the EMS appreciation letter, can I get that scanned and emailed to me
Sure.
so that I can post it online?
I figured I'd also mail it to our hospitals, our emergency medical
was gonna say,
services district, our fire district.
EMS or emergency management tends to post things before I do, but as long as they get it, that's fine too. So
Okay.
just throw that up there.
So, yeah,
Anything else?
everybody-
If not, we will.
You thought we were gonna do
I don't think I have anything else.
Well,
Let me double check my.
That's early.
Yeah.
No, sorry, it was one and done.
One and done.
Of course, I can't make a motion, but so,
You can step down and make a motion.
I can, actually, I can, yeah, I can step down.
You're always allowed to.
You're always allowed to, yeah.
Well, I will make the motion that we adjourn until Thursday morning workshop at whatever time that is.
8:35. Okay, do I have a second?
There is a second.
I have a motion and a second to adjourn until Thursday morning. All those in favor say aye.
Right?
Aye. Motion passed. We're adjourned.
Have you ever thought of the way that we say, is it a second T or second